regular basis. So this is something special. Let's start, shall we, with a breakdown. So here is a breakdown. This is the Raw preview. So we've got Rhea Ripley taking on Raquel Rodriguez. This was announced on social media today, and it is anything goes match for this. So again, really excited. Then we've got Lyra, Zelina, and Ivy. They are battling away for women's intercontinental title tournament first round match, right? Again, looking forward to this. I know there's a lot of people in the community that are desperate for Zelina Vega to progress here. I'm thinking it might be Lyra Valkyria. I think this is going to be a very difficult match for all three women. I think Ivy Nile is getting a little bit of a spotlight at the moment. Zelina is always someone that you can't rule out. And Lyra, I think they do see big things for Lyra. She got to the final of the women's Queen of the Ring. So there is every chance that she actually manages to get through this match here. It's not guaranteed. I think I would like Lyra, to be honest. But I do like Zelina Vega as well. So, yeah, tricky one this, to be honest. Tricky one. So, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's do a poll, and we'll see what you lot think. Who progresses in this match? Who do you think's going to go through? Do you think it'll be Lyra? Do you think it'll be Ivy? Or do you think it's going to be Zelina Vega? So, we'll put all three of those into the poll, and we'll revisit that later. So, as well as that, we've also got Drew McIntyre. He is officially back. So, of course, we saw last week Drew McIntyre at the end of Raw attacking Sami Zayn. You might remember our main event last week. Sami Zayn was in action. Sammy was taking on Seth, and it was a really fun match. I can't remember if people loved the Raw or not. I seem to recall the Raw maybe getting a few mixed reactions, but Drew coming back was a real shock, and that was obviously setting us up for some pretty big things to come. So we're going to have Drew on the show. He's officially back. I'm sure Sammy is not going to be best pleased with Drew. So it's going to be very interesting to see how we move forward with that. Then we've got Kofi and Xavier. That was the big talking point last week. Of course, it was the celebration. We've got the heel New Day. They're going to be around tonight. Really looking forward to that. I keep saying I'm looking forward to stuff. Genuinely, on paper, I think this looks fantastic. I mean, we have not seen Rhea Ripley compete on Raw in so long. I mean, obviously, she's had, like, quite a few injuries, so she's been out for a while. She's been the women's champion, and she hasn't really been defending her title on Raw when she was women's champion, so that it feels quite special seeing Rhea Ripley in action. And Raquel. I mean, we've not had Raquel throughout most of 2024. So that really feels like an exciting match to me. This one, I can't quite call which way it's going to go. I think it's Lyra. Lots of people are going to want Zelina, but it could be Ivy. Then we've got Drew McIntyre back, and there's lots of things we can do with Drew. He's coming off what WWE regard, and I'm sure many of you regard as the rivalry of the year. Kofi Kingston and Xavier just turned heel, so who's not excited to see what's next for them, right? They're going to speak about turning their backs on Big E. I mean, to be honest, I think they've said enough. I don't think there's anything else I necessarily need to hear from them. Because I think they've kind of done their talking, but they're going to speak a bit more on why they turn their backs on Big E. Final Testament and The Miz take on the Wyatt Sicks. I mean, this for many people is the most exciting part of this show, myself included, and it's like all the way down here at number, 5 on the list? 8-man tag match. Then we've got Seth Rollins appears after calling out CM Punk. To be honest, out of everything on this list, that might be the one that excites me the least, and it involves CM Punk. It's going to be a great show. I really am very honest when we sit here and we do these kind of previews. I'm very honest with sitting here going, yeah, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about that. I like to think that I'm straight up honest with you. If there's like a show that I've got a few concerns about, this looks awesome in my book. This looks so good. This looks unmissable. So hopefully we're going to have a really good night tonight. So let's jump into the chat, and let's jump into the little super chats that I've just seen. There's one come through from Da Caveman. Carl and Dawn as well. Hello. Liam. Hello, my friends. Liam said, Daze, 12 months with you. The best goat emojis. Wow. Just as you say that, I think we hit a momentary period of lag. Just a little whisper of lag. Let me see. Well, there we go. That hopefully will stabilize. I've changed over to a different router now, so hopefully that's gonna hold firm. I'm not using the Skylink one, although we can use that. I mean, it got us through the stream the other day, but yeah, it should be back now. We should be fine now. So hopefully that stabilizes. I need to just get back to the chat because the chat has gone missing. Here we go. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. It was Liam I was chatting with. Boom. There we go. Liam said 12 months with you. The best. Yeah, I mean, listen, absolutely the best. No one else delivers a stream with this level of interruption, you know? No one else can deliver a stream with this much flipping inconvenience. So I'm certainly the best at doing that. So Liam, shout out to you, my friends. The Caveman said, Daze, a few months ago, I commented about buying Austin Theory's ring and wrestling with my friends in the ring. We are still making videos, says the Caveman. Well, the Caveman, that's awesome. I mean, I hope that you are continuing to grow your brand. I hope you're continuing to find new followers. I'm guessing people can just search for, is it The Caveman? I don't know what people can search for. Feel free to put that in the chat. And then if people want to check you and your friends out with your own wrestling promotion, they can do that. And yeah, I wish you all the best. It's very difficult to grow a audience because obviously people have got to take a bit of a chance on what's this about? Am I going to like it? And, you know, you obviously want them coming back if you're telling stories. So it is going to be very difficult. That's why I don't think we see loads of successful YouTube wrestling promotions that aren't big names. But it is also possible. If you look at Grimm's Toy Show, he's been able to provide that content for years and years and years now. And GTS gets good views, really good views. So, yeah, I wish you all the best, my friend. Appreciate you being around. But feel free to let people know in the chat how they can find you. Carl and Dawn said, hello, Daze. Hello, my friend. I hope you are well. How's it going? It's going okay. It's been a bit of a rough, bumpy weekend, of course, with the storm here in the UK. It's given us some internet problems, but we're doing all right. We're finding a way through. And honestly, I thought they'd gone, but we just hit a little bit of lag there momentarily. I have just dropped the quality a touch, just a touch, hopefully not affecting things too much. But, yeah, hopefully it just stabilizes out now. I'm really not expecting there to be too many issues on this stream. Famous last words. But the storm has gone now. So, good. Hopefully this week we can be back to normal. And, of course, this weekend, Saturday night's main event. So I'm guessing, actually, we're going to do a lot of final touches for Saturday night's main event. I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to do tonight just to put the finishing touches on it. So excited for that as well. I really am so excited about WWE at the moment. Deadline was so much fun, even though we had the stream disruptions. That was a great show. Saturday night's main event, I think it's been announced that Jesse the Body Ventura is going to do all of those shows. So really excited about that. And like he's going to do 4 a year. And I think that's how many they're doing, right? So he's going to do the commentary for all of those. So doesn't look like he's only around for this one. He should be around for the January one and, you know, the others we do after that. So that's great. And, of course, it's going to be full of nostalgia. I think the card looks pretty good. It's like a bonus PLE, really, isn't it, this Saturday? And I think because it's the first one in a long time, there's going to be some extra intrigue. So I think there'll be a fair few people around that are going to check it out. And here in the UK, it's going to be on WWE's YouTube channel. So, yeah, that's interesting as well. I actually don't know how you stream to only certain countries, but there must be a way because they're not going to want that streaming in America. So there must be a way. I mean, I've never seen the options. Perhaps I don't have those options. Perhaps you've got to be like the size of WWE to have those options. But yeah, like that's going to be available to us in the UK and other countries as well. But in America, it's NBC, isn't it? Is it on USA Network? It was part of the deal for SmackDown. So I'm thinking it's USA Network in America. But over here, it's going to be on WWE's YouTube channel. So, yeah, no, it's going good, Carl. I'm very excited for the week ahead. Shui B said, LFGGGGGG, let's effing go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. I feel that excitement. I am right there with you. Let's just quickly look at the poll, shall we? We put it up 10 minutes ago now. That's flown. 49% of you think that Lyra is going to win this triple threat. 41% of you think that it's going to be Zelina. Only 9% of you think it's going to be Ivy. So it seems like you're really torn between Lyra and Zelina as to which way this is going to go. Hannah, shout out to you, said Daze, hi. The smallest things have a big effect in wrestling. So if what I'm hearing is true, then whatever Penta and Fenix is talking about to say about AEW, it may alter the foundation of pro wrestling forever. Okay, so just to touch on this story, yesterday we had Fenix come out, right? Well, I think it was 2 days ago now. He came out and he was saying no one would want to stay or no one would stay in a place where they are being treated inhumane, right? And obviously people are looking at that going, he's talking about Penta, he's talking about himself, right? We didn't know the reasons why. The only thing that had been reported at that point was, of course, the contracts. And the contract situation is that because Fenix has been injured, he's got to stay a little bit longer because, of course, AEW have paid for 3 years of work and they've only had, say, 2, right? So they're still owed another year of work. And a lot of people are upset about that. A lot of opinions around this, right? I'm seeing opinions on both sides of that argument. But that was the only thing we were aware of. Then, I think, was it Dr. Featherstone, his name? He came out with a very interesting tweet yesterday, which actually dropped quite late. And I put it into Unseen. And it made it into the other folder because it was AEW related, right? And because it dropped so late, I didn't really have a chance to go through it. But when I actually read it during Unseen, it struck me how big this news actually was, potentially could be. Ended up being like the thumbnail and everything, which was not the plan at all. And so what he said was that he had heard some news and he was waiting for one of the Lucha Bros to speak out. And he said, now that they've spoken out, this is what I can tell you. He says, this is nothing to do with them going to WWE. That is fake news, apparently, right? It's nothing to do with that. That's not what the conversation is, right? But there is like a scandal, if you will, that's happened. There is something that's gone down that is going to be very shocking when it comes out, right? I think the exact term he said, which I put in the thumbnail, is it's going to get messy, right? Something along those lines. It's going to get messy. When this comes out in the open, it's going to get messy. So, obviously, this was something then that people started speculating about. Well, today, Rey Fenix has come out with another tweet. And this time he said, I needed medical attention and you wouldn't provide it, something along those lines. Let me find the exact wording so I want to get this right? I needed a doctor and you ignored me for months. So that's what he's come out and said. Now, I don't know if that's the scandal that's being spoken about. It's really hard to say. For me, I mean, like, if this is the scandal, I'm personally not on Fenix's side, which is maybe controversial. I really don't give a flip, because in my mind, he's getting paid millions of dollars. It will say in his contract if AEW are going to give him medical attention or not. Like, it will be in there very clear as to whether he has to pay his medical bills or whether AEW pay the medical bills. Now, if in his contract it says that AEW will pay them, and they ignored that for a long period of time, now we've got a story, right? Now we do have a story. So let's get that straight, yeah? If it's in his contract that AEW will pay his medical bills, he needed a doctor, and they were not acting for months, we have got a story. We have got a scandal. But if in his contract it says that he has to deal with that, well, I don't understand what the story is, to be honest. Unless there was a miscommunication and he thought that AEW would pay, and AEW were like, no, it's not. That's not what it says in your contract. I mean, I can't stress this enough. When you sit down and you sign a contract, it's not just how much money am I getting. There's so many terms and there's so many like clauses and there's so much stuff that goes into a contract that you really do need to like have a lawyer and sit down and go through it with I mean, this is not a quick process. You don't just walk into a room and go, yeah, no, that looks good, lovely. You know, I mean, there are so many things that are in there that you need to be aware of. For example, like, you know, if you get injured, we've got the right to extend your deal so that we get the time, you know, that you've agreed to, yeah? Which has upset a lot of people. But again, if it's in the contract and he signed that contract, I can't really see where the argument lies. I mean, that's it for me. At the end of the day, did you sit down and agree to this? Did you read that contract and at the time it was acceptable and then you signed it? Because if that's the case, I really don't get where the argument is. I really don't get where like people are crying about this from, because he sat down, read this contract, he signed it, he agreed to it. Done. Over, you know? If the guy saw the dollar signs and that blinded him, right? And he was like, whoa, that's a serious amount of money. I'll sign whatever you want. Well, yeah, look at the situation you're in now then. Yeah. So I don't understand this. I don't know if there's been more that he has tweeted out. Again, if they said they would provide the support, then of course we've got a story, because apparently they haven't. His exact wording is, I needed a doctor, you ignored me for months. So yeah, it's very hard to comment on because obviously we haven't got the full story. I mean, literally that is all the information that we've got. So there could be much more to this. That might not even be the situation. There could be much more that comes out as part of this. But I mean, I'm just, all I can say is what I've said before. If he sat down, read his contract and signed it, agreed to it, then I really don't see where the issues are. I really don't get why this is like, you know, such a big problem. There's some people that are like, okay, yeah, but he might have signed it, but for him to not be used, like, that's criminal. You're just like keeping someone at home, like that shouldn't be allowed. Well, it is allowed. It was in the contract. They don't have to use him. They're paying for 3 years of his time. They're paying for 3 years of the option to use him however they want. And they didn't get a year of that because he was injured. And this is in his deal. So, again, you know, I struggle with it. I really do struggle with this one. It's got nothing to do with it being an AEW superstar. I'd say the same if this was a WWE superstar. I really do put a lot in contracts. For me personally, I think that contracts are really important. I think that you should abide by them. I absolutely blasted WWE every time they did those budget cuts. Every time we got budget cuts, I blasted WWE. Because I just think that is appalling. You have signed people to deals for 3-5 years, and then halfway through that time, you cut them because of budget cuts, which we all know is a load of rubbish, right? We all know it's a load of rubbish. And if it's not a load of rubbish, why did you sign so many people to such big contracts in the first place? What we were seeing WWE do, they were signing people to these big contracts to make sure they didn't go to AEW. Then when AEW started and the ratings sort of settled down around that 800,000 range, then all of a sudden WWE were like, well, we can start letting a few people go now. Now that like it's settled down, we can let a few. And so you started to find that these budget cuts started to happen with certain superstars. And I really think that AEW had an effect on that period, because I think a lot of people got signed to probably bigger contracts than WWE wanted them to be on. And then I would imagine their budget was bloated. I mean, I really don't dispute that. But this was all of WWE's kind of own making in response to AEW. And I just thought it was an appalling way to treat people, you know. But this is, you could also say, the dark arts of pro wrestling. You could also argue that these kind of things, these kind of tactics are the reason as to why WWE are the success that they are today, because Vince would cut any corner he could. He would do anything he could. So, yeah, let's not go into like the dark arts and all of that again, but there's obviously a massive conversation to be had here. We can't really have it, right? Other than the one we've just had based on the information we have, we can't really have a conversation about like what this is, because we still don't know. But when it does all finally come out and everything is there for the world to see, then of course we'll talk about it and we'll react to it. And I'm sure there's going to be difference of opinions on it. Difference of opinions on everything. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. What effect it has on wrestling? Could be nothing. Could be massive. Again, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what it is. I saw a couple of super chats, so I need to get to those. Robert said CM Punk said the same thing as Phoenix. That they were going to pay for him. My response would be the exact same, even if it's CM Punk. If AEW said they were going to pay for him and they took months to do it, and you're just injured, right, and you're not getting the attention, that's appalling. That's, you know, I wouldn't even want to defend that, right? I mean, they've said they will get you, they will deal with your medical attention if you're injured. It clearly needs to be there and then. You know, these are highly trained athletes. You don't see people in the NFL waiting months on end to get their treatment, right? So if AEW said they'll sort it, and they didn't sort it, that's going to be a massive scandal. That's going to be a massive hit to their reputation, right? But again, it's same with CM Punk. If it's in the contract, no, we're paying you loads of money. Part of that is we expect you to go and get your medical stuff dealt with. Because, you know, you can't play it both sides. A lot of people say AEW paid too much. A lot of people say that, like, Mercedes only went there for the money. Osprey only went there for the money, you know? You hear it all the time about how AEW paid, like, these big wages, which is why they're able to attract the level of talent they're able to attract. Because, to be honest, you know, if these people wanted to be on a bigger platform, they would go to WWE. Osprey would have gone to WWE. Jay White would have gone to WWE. So it's how do you attract them to a smaller promotion? You know, a promotion that's what's their attendance now? 3,000-4,000. what's their TV viewership now? Less, around the same or less than NXT. So, you know, how do you attract people to that rather than Raw, SmackDown, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble? Yeah, the size in the two companies is vast. Well, one of the only ways you can do it is by giving them a load of money, isn't it? So you hear a lot about how they only went there for the money and stuff like that. Well, maybe part of that is, yeah, we'll pay you the money, but if you do get injured, the expectation is you pay for it. You have to cover yourself, which I believe is quite regular in America. I don't believe that all companies, I could be wrong on this because I don't live in America, but I've always seen health coverage as being like a bonus, as being like something like, oh yeah, I work for this company and you know, they do give you health coverage. And I've always seen that in TV or in films as being like a perk, a bonus, yeah? Not something that's definite, but something that is a bit of a, yeah, I joined this company because they do give health benefits. And I've always seen that in TV shows and movies. So my understanding is it's not 100%. It's not, it has to be provided. Maybe that law has changed. Maybe they operate that in certain states. This is where my knowledge of the US health system is obviously going to let me down because I'm not in the US. But no, if the expectation is you pay for yourself, then, well, you pay for yourself, don't you? Lovely. I think we boxed that one off. Connor said, this is my 9 WWE signings that could be drafted in a transfer window. Penta, Jordan Grace, Lance Anoa'i, Hikuleo, Dustin Rhodes, he's AEW, but Jonathan Gresham, is he in TNA? Josh Alexander, TNA, Miro, AEW, Becky Lynch. Yeah, I mean, AEW obviously not involved. TNA aren't going to be involved. The only way you'd be able to get TNA talent permanently is if their deal comes up. So, you know, Jordan Grace could absolutely come over. It just depends when her contract is up. Josh Alexander, am I right in saying his deal was up or was coming up very soon? So that's, you know, there's potential for some of those, but only if their contracts with TNA have expired. Other than that, can't see it happening, to be honest. Let me just do this. I need this folder. Lovely. Lovely. I can see the chat moving, but it is not moving for me on my screen. That's weird. Seems to have just frozen behind the scenes a little bit. Kim Shane said, WWE Women's Transfer Window, Lyra to SmackDown for $4.4 million, Ivy to NXT 1.75, Roxanne to Raw 8.75, Julia and Stephanie to SmackDown in exchange for Bayley and Naomi. It would be cool if they did have a lump of money, wouldn't it, to actually play with. That would be fun. That would be fun if they did it that way. Daze, says Lisa, I think if Carrion joined the Wyatt Sicks in any form, he would overshadow Bo, just like Jacob overshadows Solo. Yeah, I don't think that, I don't disagree, actually. I think that Carrion has really shown himself, hasn't he, to like prove how good he is with his online promos and everything, and yeah, he really is a special talent, someone that I'm so pleased that he's getting this opportunity to showcase his skills. NS Mommy said, I'm in Canada. Where do I go to watch Saturday night's main event? Do any of our Canadian friends know where we go in Canada to watch this? In the UK, it's WWE's YouTube, but I haven't actually seen any words about Canada. So do any of our Canadian friends know the answer to this as to where we go if we're in Canada for Saturday night's main event on Saturday? Is that going to be on YouTube as well? Do we think Liv will cost Rhea the match against Raquel? Says Dro. Do we think Liv will cost Rhea the match against Raquel? She could do. I mean, it's not that big of a match, is it? I mean, I'm sure it would frustrate Rhea, but to be honest, if Rhea lost this match tonight, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So she could get involved. I mean, I'd be surprised if Liv wasn't around, you know. The only thing is, though, I don't know that she'll want to be at ringside because I think Rhea would want to rip her head off. I can't see Rhea battling away with Raquel and not getting distracted by Liv if Liv was out there. So if Liv's out there, I don't know if she goes on to commentary. Maybe like if she is performing like, you know, a purpose, that might focus Rhea on Raquel. And then, of course, Liv can come off commentary and can attack in the ring. If Liv's just at ringside, I can't see how Rhea doesn't just get out the ring and just start smashing her in the face. Because I get the feeling that Rhea just wants Liv. I'm sure she wants to get revenge on Raquel, but Liv is clearly number one. So if they do it, I think they should have her on commentary so that it gives, and Liv, you know, Rhea could come over. Liv could be like, listen, I'm just a commentator. I'm just doing a job. Like, you know, you can't touch me because I'm doing this. I'm not nothing to do with me. And then maybe Rhea can focus on Raquel. And then, of course, the headset can come off and off she goes. So, yeah, I mean, clearly a good chance that she does get involved. Okay, next up, Matt Carney said, Daze, what is positive chaos when it comes to wrestling and what is negative? Also, in regards to order, can a smoothly executed show be somewhat dull? So, positive chaos, I mean, for me, that's chaos that's going to be planned, of course. So if it's scripted, if it's the kind of pull apart, you know, when it was like Brock being held back and maybe Undertaker over the other side, and you had the whole locker room out there, you know, or when we were doing like the builds for Survivor Series, Raw against SmackDown, and we would have them invading each other's shows and we'd get these big brawls. Like for me, all of that is positive chaos because it's planned, it's meant to be, it's that's obviously constructive, it's furthering the story. Obviously the negative stuff is going to be stuff that's backstage. I mean, you know, what happened between CM Punk and Jack Perry at Wembley, that is obviously negative. I mean, it's chaos because it involved a load of people when they started brawling and, you know, carnage and chaos in Gorilla. And that's obviously negative. I mean, it's pretty fun for us, the fans, but it is also a problem and has repercussions. And, of course, had the biggest repercussion because they lost their guy. They lost their biggest star, CM Punk, who I think really took them to new heights. They've never recovered. They've never recovered from losing him. They tried to bring in Mercedes, Okada, Ospreay. They have not been able to come close to replacing the impact that CM Punk had on that company, on their company. And, you know, clearly fun for us, fun for the fans, fun for us to be like, oh my God, did you hear about this? Like the gossip, right? But I don't know that it can be viewed as being positive. I don't know that it can be viewed through that term. In regards to order, what can a smoothly executed show be somewhat dull? If it's a dull show, yes. I mean, you can have the best plans in the world, can't you? But if at the end of the day, everything has hit their mark, pyro's gone off when you've wanted, matches have ended when you've wanted, you've gone to commercial on time, like your show's wrapped up with that final image you wanted, and then you go onto Twitter and people are like, that was boring. Then you'd be like, oh God, it's all that work and this is the response, you know? And actually, I'd imagine that is a frustration that wrestling promotions go through because quite often, I mean, I don't know that everything goes to plan every single episode, of course. I'm sure there's things that go wrong that we don't even know about on a regular basis. But I bet by and large, certainly for WWE, it's probably there or thereabouts, yeah? I'd imagine there's not like massive disruption. I'd imagine there's just the odd little thing. So by and large, it probably goes as planned. And how many rubbish Raws and SmackDowns have we seen? You know, we all remember 2019 not being a brilliant year. Yeah. I mean, 2019 is kind of this generation's 1995. And then, of course, we go into pandemic. The only thing I'd say about the pandemic and the lockdown shows is, I mean, what could they do, really? They couldn't do a great deal. So, you know, with those, I think you're just happy you're getting a product on screen. And I think you're just like, do you know what? The alternative is we shouldn't even be here, so whatever. So those, I think, then they wouldn't be too bothered about that time period, but I think 2019, when all the wrestlers are trying their hardest and the creative team are clearly giving their best, you know, people, I can't imagine people are just not even bothering. And then you know, execute the show, you look online and it's all people complaining, then I should imagine that's quite disheartening. You know, if you think about it, creative for a long time have not had much in the way of thanks. Because I think for the longest time, like, Vince was changing storylines. He didn't really want long stories. A lot of what was going on to TV was not to everyone's taste. And so imagine working in that department at that time. You're absolutely working your nuts off to then see your stories get changed last minute. To see what gets put out maybe not be as good as what you've written, and then you look online and see a load of fans complaining about it. And imagine how demoralizing that would be. Imagine how hard it must have been to have been in creative at that time. So I can't imagine it's like easy now. I really, really do not think that is an easy job at all. At all. The amount of content you have to try and conjure up for all these different superstars, and you're never going to please everyone, and you're never going to have stories for everyone, and you might have great stories but people aren't interested in them, the wrestlers. And then, you know, you've got to get it past Triple H, you've got to please the wrestlers, you've got to please Triple H, you've got to please the fans ultimately. But there's so many times I'd imagine you've got a perfect vision for something in creative, and then this person wants to tweak it, that person wants to tweak it, this person wants to tweak, Bruce Pritchard wants to tweak it, Triple H wants to tweak it, the wrestlers want to tweak it. By the end of it, I mean, God only knows what it actually ends up being. It might be, you know, a butchered version of your vision. And not only that, you have to deal with injuries and all of that kind of stuff. And again, who knows what kind of story you end up telling when all is said and done, you know, compared to where it started. You've got to be very, very adaptable. Very adaptable. So, yeah, if a show was perfectly executed, everything went exactly to plan, I bet there are times where it's been really badly received, really dull, and I bet that's quite demotivating. Uncle Revel said, I feel like we're going to get someone attacking Rhea tonight. Maybe Charlotte. Seems uneventful on its own, even with the stipulation. Well, I think it's a big, fun match. I think this is the kind of match that could have gone onto Saturday night's main event, to be honest. Rhea against Raquel, that would not look out of place on that show for me. So I sort of appreciate the fact that they're giving us these matches that feel like they could have gone on to a Saturday night's main event. I mean, I think we could agree that Rhea against Raquel, Wyatt against Final Testament, both of them could have gone on to the show this weekend. And instead, we're getting them on Raw. I do think they want Raw to have some good stuff on it. Same with SmackDown as well. I do think they're trying to give these shows some really good stuff. They know, and have known for a long time, that the real money in this business is in these shows. It's in Raw. It's in SmackDown. It's in trying to get as much as you can when their next TV deals come up, right? The only way you're going to do that is if you can keep the ratings strong, make the shows desirable so that all these different platforms fight over them when they become available. And so you've got to find ways of doing that. I mean, it's a never-ending fight. It's a never-ending battle to get people not only to stay tuning in, but to join you for the first time. So, I think, like, tonight's show in particular, I think looks really good. When you think it's a go-home as well, my concern is that there'll be some, skullduggery and some rubbish. I mean, I don't know why we have to do that. I wish they would treat these like they would premium live event matches. If this was a premium live event, let's do it properly. Let's do these matches justice. And ideally, let's have some clean finishes. I really am in the mood for increasing the amount of clean finishes we get now in WWE, because I just think there's so much nonsense, outside interference. It does get a bit too much. And really, it does water down the quality of the matches. It does leave a bit of a bitter taste in the mouth when there's so much outside interference. If we could just reduce that a bit, I think that would be so well received to the fans. And we don't get all that much outside interference with premium live events. You do tend to get a lot more clean finishes. I do think for these matches, we should basically treat them as if they are PLE matches. There's plenty of other matches you can do, bits in, skullduggery in, but these matches that are kind of juicy, I would try and have them a little bit more clean. Which, as I said, when I used to watch NXT back in 2014, 2015, when I first got the WWE Network, I was stunned at how often Triple H ended matches clean. It was one of the things that really jumped out to me, was that it was not a problem to have these two are going to go up against each other. You're like, oh, that's good. That's a good match. And there would be a winner, a clean win. And it didn't hurt the person that lost. All right, they might doubt themselves, or they might need to bounce back or whatever. And then, you give them a win next time or whatever it might be. But it was good. I really enjoyed it. It was a big part of the old school black and gold NXT that I really enjoyed. Shockwave, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Connor said, can we see any of these changing brands? Sammy going to SmackDown, Bianca on Raw, Judgment Day to SmackDown, Roman to Raw, Seth to SmackDown. Well, Roman to Raw, we heard they're not looking to do that permanently, but he will be used on those early shows. The truth is, anyone can move anywhere, can't they? I mean, I can't sit here and say, oh, Sammy won't move or Bianca will move. Or the only thing is, if Bianca attacked Jade, I think you'd want to keep them on the same brand, because obviously you're going to want to do a feud there. You could move her away to delay the feuds, right? You could do that. But I would guess you'd want to keep them on the same brand. So, again, it's going to depend who attacked Jade. If it was Bianca, I don't know that you would move her. Judgment Day going over to SmackDown. Well, we saw Dominic talking to Nick Aldis. So, I mean, that could happen. But there was that really good theory. I think, was it Emmanuel in Unseen said, what if Dominic was talking to Nick Aldis about only transferring Finn? And Finn would be the only one that would switch brands. I thought that was a very interesting theory. So, yeah, I mean, look, at the moment, when it comes to who's going to move where, all I can say is Raw on Netflix is going to have a lot of the big stars. We're expecting Becky to come back, of course. We're expecting that Charlotte will be back. Alexa will be back. You're going to get surprises on that show, on that first Raw Netflix show. You're going to get surprises. So, yeah, plenty for us to be excited about. And switching around, I think by the end of it, a lot of your big stars will be on Raw. Not all of them. Word on the street is Roman will stay SmackDown, but will be used a lot on Raw in the build to WrestleMania. Certainly in those January shows, for Netflix, but he'll be used on Raw in the build for WrestleMania quite a bit. Elizabeth, shout out to you. Elizabeth said, Cody Rhodes is the face of the company. Why would WWE do a stupid, dumb thing like take the Undisputed Championship off the face of a company just to give to the jobber KO? I don't think Cody loses his title at Saturday night's main event. I'm thinking that Kevin Owens is just sort of being built up to be the next opponent again. He's already faced Kevin Owens, is it once before? Twice before? Once, but I can't remember, once or twice as part of this run. And so I think we're just trying to put an interesting new angle on it. So yeah, I'm not expecting it to be a case that if they've got people thinking that it's going to go that way, that's really good, because that's exactly what you want, really. You want Cody to feel like that belt is in danger, that he could lose it, right? And I think that one of the criticisms since he won that title is that he has felt too comfortable as champion. It's not felt like he's going to lose that belt. And I don't feel like he's losing it now anyway. But if there are people out there thinking, yes, he's losing it to Kevin, I mean, I would say that's a good thing, because that means that WWE have actually done a bit of work that has landed, where you've got people thinking that he's going to lose that title at Saturday night's main event. But I personally don't expect him to lose it, because Cody has got a massive 2025. We know that him and Rock is on the horizon. If it's not him and Rock, then it's probably going to be him and Randy. If it's not him and Randy, we might revisit him and Roman. If it's not him and Roman, then of course it could be him and Cena. I mean, there are so many massive matches for Cody in 2025. Him taking the title off him now doesn't really make a great deal of sense. The only thing you could do is take the title off him to then only put it back onto him. But I mean, I don't really know why you would do that unless you really want to start your Raw on Netflix with a title change. You could put the belt on Kevin, and then on the first Raw on Netflix, you do Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes, WWE Championship match. It's the rematch from Saturday night's main event. Maybe make it a steel cage match, and boom, Cody wins the title for a second time, and we kickstart Raw on Netflix with Cody being champ, and then boom, we travel on our way to WrestleMania, right? So the idea of Cody losing it just so that he can win it back on that first show on Netflix, not impossible. I don't think I would go that way, because I wouldn't disrupt Cody's title run just for some of that. It's pretty cheap, isn't it? It's pretty cheap. It's a pretty cheap thing to do, to take the title off him just because you want to put it back onto him for that show. So I don't think I would go that way personally. Of course, Kevin could win by cheating. I mean, it could be that Kevin cheats or has someone help him, and, you know, that would end 2024 with a big shock, and then Cody wins it back at the very beginning of 2025. But I don't know. I always think that's a bit of a cheap thing, cheap tactic to do. Not impossible. So we can't totally rule it out. But yeah, I would say I'm like a good 90% certain that Cody is going to retain at Saturday night's main event. All right, chatters. I'm logging off, said Tony. I've got to go and throw that forever yeet birthday party. I'll have to watch Raw a little later, around 8 p.m. on the West Coast. Usually I watch it at 5, but not tonight. Tony, have fun. Have a great time. And our thoughts with the little one. A forever yeet birthday party. Sounds fun, doesn't it? I'd go to that. I didn't get my invite, but I would have gone to that. Lisa said, Daze, who's your favourite member and least favourite member of the Wyatt Sicks NY, says Lisa. I really like that from Lisa, asking about who is the most favourite and least favourite, because I think that really gives us an opportunity to get stuck into the group, maybe even more so than the group have got stuck into themselves. We really don't know a great deal about them. I mean, I think favourite, it's hard to not say Howdy, isn't it? Because Howdy for me is the one that everything kind of rotates around now. Now that Bray's no longer with us, he's the one calling the shots. He's the quarterback of that group, right? He's the star player of that team, if you will. And I think he's got a great look. His look has evolved so much since we first saw him. I really was not keen when we first saw Howdy. I didn't think the look was very good. As I said before, he reminded me of someone that would maybe go down to a betting shop and then go to a pub for a cheeky pint on the way home, you know, and would pop in and get some fish and chips or something like that. Like, he just looked like a boomer. He just looked like an old man boomer. And there was nothing I found really that scary. I mean, I wouldn't want to bump into him in a dark alley, but I wouldn't really want to bump into too many people in a dark alley, to be honest. So, yeah, I didn't think his look was very good when we very first saw him, when Bray was around. But I think since he's come back, he's cut away. Like, I'm talking about when he had the full face mask, right? Now that he's kind of cut that away and the mask's a bit dirtier, now that his beard is not as, like, grey, because, you know, grey beards are awful. So actually dyeing his beard now black, the cut-out mask, and, like, the hair obviously being a big factor with the braids, the dreads, just looks brilliant. I mean, it really is something that people get a bit upset about now whenever he wrestles, and it's that kind of flowing head and shoulders hair, you know. So when it's the dreads, and it just looks the part, man. It looks so good. So I've got a lot of praise for how that character has evolved. I think Bo has really started to make that character his own. I feel sorry for Bo that he didn't get a run in NXT with that character, because I really feel like he could have got somewhere with that character. I think it's one of those where you do need to workshop it. You do need to do lots of promos and lots of entrances and matches, but at the NXT level where you can get constant feedback, and that just doesn't feel right. That doesn't work. This could be tweaked. That could be a bit better. So on, so on, so on, so on, so on, yeah? And I think that Uncle Howdy, for me, miles ahead of everyone else, but I do obviously have a soft spot for Rowan because of the fact he was around. He's an OG. Like, it's hard to not have those feelings for Rowan. He for me, though, he's not calling the shots, of course. He's someone that is kind of sort of hanging around in the background. He's not someone that's looking to take the limelight. I don't think he works well in the limelight. I think he is a good henchman, which I mean that with all the love in the world. Like, I think he is a really good henchman. I think he's a really good security, backup, that kind of a character. And that's absolutely fine, you know? That's absolutely fine. Like, I have no problem with him being... Him and Howdy against Miz and Carrion, I actually tweeted out, is a match I would love to see. Because you've got an OG member, you've got Howdy, who is like the quarterback calling all the shots, right? The one that's got the vision. Him taking on Carrion and Miz. I mean, Carrion's big and strong, but so is Rowan. And we know of the issues between Miz and Bo with the whole Miztourage thing. What a match. What a match that would be. That tag match would be so much fun. So I really would love to see that. So those two, you know, I've got real warmth for. In regards to, like, the new members, right? The kind of people that haven't been in this world previous, I think it's Nikki that shines. Nikki just looks great in this costume. And I think that we don't get to see her face that much, but the mask is really interesting with the kintsugi, which was a big part of Nightbirds. And, of course, as the only female, she automatically stands out, of course. And she was delivering the tapes, and she's the one that's been a bit like the messenger, really. And I suppose in a way that could be her role in the group. She is the messenger. And I like that role for her. I like that role. You know, she certainly sent a message the other day when she went after Scarlett. They sent a very clear message to Carrion that, you know, you might be playing these mind games. You might think you're the one that's in charge. But we know you've got a weakness, and Scarlett is your weakness, because if we do anything to her, you're going to freak out. And he did. He did. He lost it when they went after Scarlett, and they can go after Scarlett through Nikki. So Nikki, I think for me, has shone brightest of the new members. And then, of course, you're left with Joe Gacy and Dexter Lumis. Now, it's a little bit tricky with these two, to be honest, because I just don't think they've had a chance to really do a great deal. Like, we know a lot about Howdy, we know a lot about Rowan. We've seen more of Nikki than we have Lumis and Gacy. Word on the street is Gacy's going to be the breakout star. So, I mean, you know, we know that Tom Collihue says, watch the pig. I don't think we need to worry about that really at this stage. I think we're talking years down the road. I think that when this group has kind of had, you know, a real good run, and they're now starting to think about people breaking away, that's when I think Gacy might go off and break away. And I think we're a long way off that. So at the moment, he's just sort of there, really. No disrespect. He's just sort of there. He hasn't really done anything that interesting, that captivate him. Probably the most talked about thing I've seen with him is when he walked down to the ring and he was just staring at the lantern, and people were like, oh my God, did you notice how he didn't take his eyes off the lantern? And that was it, really. I mean, other than that, some little tag work with Rowan, I believe, during one of the matches. So, I mean, Gacy is fine. He is on the shorter side compared to everyone else. That does mean that he's going to have to provide something in another area. You know, he's not going to be the big imposing, not when you've got Rowan. He's not going to be the big imposing person in the group. So he's going to need to bring something else. If Nikki is the messenger, what is Gacy? And you can ask that question of Lumis as well. Lumis has got a similar problem. Lumis actually isn't as big as I thought he was. I mean, probably a bit unfair because, you know, he is in there with Rowan, who's an absolute giant. So, you know, when you see Lumis, you're kind of like, oh, he's actually not as tall as I thought. He's not as small as Gacy, but yeah, I mean, he's been working out. We looked at a picture in Unseen. He's absolutely jacked. He's absolutely huge. He looks brilliant. Like at the moment, like shredded. But again, what's his role going to be? If you think about the puppets, they all had like slightly different quirks, you know? We know that Mercy was no nonsense, straight talking, but we know that Ramblin' Rabbit was very nervous, right? We know that he was someone that was, you know, trying to see the good in people, like, oh, I really like such and such, can they come round and play? Like, he was like a kid in a way, right? Whereas Mercy was a lot more no-nonsense and, you know, was trying to attack people. And then I think, like, Sister Abigail was a bit more level-headed, right? She was a bit more common sense, if you will. I kind of felt like they all brought their own little traits to the Funhouse. I'd like to see that replicated with the people in real life. So, but it's so hard to explore that when you never flipping see them. It's so hard to explore that when we just don't get to, like, get promos or get that many segments from them. So, yeah, a good question that. I mean, I don't know if there's an answer in there somewhere, but I lean more towards Howdy, Rowan, Nikki than I do Lumis and Gacy, but I don't dislike them. I just don't think they've had an opportunity to really show their characters at this stage. And when they do, that list can, of course, change and be altered around. So, as I said in there, there's probably an answer somewhere. Hannah said, Daze, with stadium shows being a normal thing for WWE, could we see the attendance from WCW Korean Stadium pay-per-view broken in the next 10 years? Don't think so. I don't think there's a stadium big enough to do it. So that was like 120,000 on one night and 150,000 on another night. So what stadiums have got attendances that can do that? In America, it seems to be like, I only see like 100,000 really stadiums. I don't see like 110 or 120. So we don't have anything like that in the UK. And I'm thinking in Europe, the biggest thing in Europe, I think, is Spain, the new camp, which even that I think might be about 110. Maybe with people on the floor, you could get to 120. But I don't know. I feel like you would need a stadium that doesn't exist yet. And I can't see us going back to North Korea to do it. So I'm sure that there are some big stadiums in the world that are bigger than that. I feel like there might be some in Brazil. If we go to Brazil, there might be something in like Malaysia, if I remember off the top of my head. But most of the stadiums, 99.9% of the stadiums are nowhere near big enough to break that record. So I'd have to say no. I don't think that's a record. I mean, it's stood since 1995. It hasn't been broken in 30 years. So I don't know that the next 10 years we'll see it getting broken. Obviously, we are expanding around the world a bit more, and we are going to newer places. So it will be interesting to see if we go to a place where there will be like a stadium big enough to break that. I cannot see us going to North Korea, right? I don't think WWE have ever done a show in North Korea. That WCW Collision in Korea was New Japan and WCW combined. And it's bonkers if you've ever heard about it. I actually read an article about it years and years and years ago, where they had to go, I think, to China, get onto a military plane, fly into North Korea, and then they were told, like, they couldn't phone home, and they couldn't do all this and that. They couldn't go out, and if they went out, they had to be chaperoned. And I forget who it was now, but someone did call home and got caught, and the North Koreans knocked on the hotel door and told them to come with them, and there was real concern as to what was about to happen. But I think he was just like spoken to. I think it was made very clear you don't do that here. I mean, it's just, he could do, I mean, he's not made that part of the TV thing. I do sometimes wonder if the stuff that gets spoken about online, I wonder if that fleshes the story out like I hope it does. Or is it just something for online fans, you know? Because again, we don't get to see them that much. We don't get that much promo time from them, not even Carrion. I mean, if you think about the amount of, whenever we had Carrion in the ring with a microphone talking, I mean, we just don't get it. So I feel like a lot of what gets said online is a real insight into where their characters' heads are at. This is why I love Unseen, because, you know, we do deep dives. I mean, we did a real deep dive in the last Unseen. And I think that's good stuff to do, because we just don't hear from these people on the shows that much. So it's very interesting. But obviously, I don't know if it's going to connect to the show, because I feel like the wrestlers have conversations they want to have, share thoughts they want to share, and that they are having through their personal accounts. But those things might not tie in with what WWE's vision is, you know? Just because Carrion talks about, you know, maybe I'm the sixth person. Where is the sixth person in the Wyatt Sicks? Maybe it was me, you know? Maybe I've got the fiend, like maybe I've got the ability to change people. Like all this stuff we talk about is stuff that is being driven by Carrion's personal account. But that might not be in line with the WWE vision, as we said. So it's very hard to know if the stuff that gets spoken about online actually will be reflected on screen when push comes to shove, because Carrion doesn't have the final say on that. He might want to do stuff, and I'm sure he can pitch stuff. The problem is, if the person is pitching to, be that creative, be that Triple H, whoever is pitching to, they obviously have the ability to say no. That's not the direction we want to go. And so it makes it hard to know, doesn't it, as to whether it's going to actually result in something being on TV or not. So I'm sure Carrion would love to, like, you know, wear a Fiend mask and troll Howdy. Carrion might even be interested in the idea of he is the Fiend and Howdy's got to try and get that entity back, right? if it was left up to Karrion, God only knows what he would come up with, right? We've seen some of the theories that are doing the rounds anyway. So if he had the ability to do anything, who knows what he would do? But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what does Triple H want, ultimately, and what are the creative teams coming up with, and how much influence does Karrion or Bo? I think Bo carries quite a bit, but how much influence do they have over the story? So, yeah, good. John said, with DIY turning heel and Randy on the sidelines, do you think it's possible that Randy could return and turn on Cody, form a faction with DIY? I definitely think he turns on Cody. So, John, really good point. I think that Randy will turn on Cody, and that is a match that I've been expecting for a while, actually. I think since Cody won, you've kind of looked at his relationship with Randy, and, you know, it's just a no-brainer, really. It's an absolute no-brainer. Like, Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, with their history, you know, you do that match. You do that match, and it ain't Cody that you're turning. It's going to be Randy. And actually, again, Randy and the Wyatts, you know, the Wyatts have got loads of reasons to want to go after Randy. So, you know, you do that match. Putting him with DIY makes a lot of sense, as you've just said, because DIY cheated or seemed to, like, isolate Dexter Lumis, right? They mistreated him. And so we need to explore that. And we know about what Randy and Bray and The Fiend and all of that history. So actually, you've got something very interesting there for the Wyatt Sicks to go after. So not only if Randy turns have you got the Cody feuds, but DIY with Randy, you've got a lot of stuff you can dig into for the Wyatt Sicks as well. Outside of that, I mean, how are we not doing Randy Cena next year? Randy against Cena is definitely happening. I've never been more certain of anything. We are definitely getting Randy Orton, John Cena at some point next year. Defo. And you could do face versus face, no problem. But heel Randy, like proper how it used to be. Heel Randy against super babyface John Cena. Like, let's go. So I think 2025, you've got more reason to turn Randy heel than you do to keep him face. So, yeah, I think it's an excellent shout. And actually, putting him with DIY, as we said, it makes sense because they are going to need some numbers. Unless we're going to see Loomis do a side quest. Unless Loomis is going to break away to tackle his past. That would be great, actually. Imagine if next year when Alexa comes back, we have Nikki breaking off to do a side quest and she goes after Alexa, and then that ultimately leads to Alexa joining the group, right? And then you've got Dexter Lumis going on a side quest where he goes after Johnny, he goes after Tommaso, he, you know, maybe takes Nikki with him to go after Candice, and, you know, we start to address his past. Maybe that's why we've not done it now, because we're doing it in the future. And I don't know what Rowan, I think, could maybe go off for Braun. You know, not to attack him, but imagine how emotional that would be. I don't know about you, but could you imagine? I don't think we've seen it yet, have we not? But could you imagine Braun in trouble and Rowan comes to his aid, and the two of them stare at each other in the ring, and they just embrace in the middle of the ring. They just hug each other. You tell me that ain't going to result in people getting choked. You know? Two OG Wyatt family members. I know Braun wasn't there from the very start, but he was there. He was sent by Sister Abigail as the Black Sheep, of course. So imagine those two. The only remaining two after Bray and Luke Harper is gone. Imagine those two in the middle of the ring embracing. Oh my God. Oh. Doesn't it just smack you in the feels? I don't know what Gacy would do. He obviously, he was on his own after Schism. Actually, Ava would be someone that he'd have to go and talk to because she was in his group. The Rock's daughter, Ava, was in his group along with grizzled young veterans who are no longer with WWE. So I don't know. I don't know who he would go and confront. So that would be a tricky one, but plenty for the others to go off and do. This is why, you know, don't leave the Wyatt Sicks hype train. I know the train might have stalled. It might have pulled into a station. It might even have pulled into a lay-by and kind of, you know, stopped for the night. But it's going to get rolling again. And it's got potential to get to some really exciting places when this thing really is going. And don't forget, next year Raw goes to 3 hours. We'll have more time to tell these stories as well. Right, let's go down because I want to make sure we're still on top of things. Batman Big Fan! Hello, my friends! Batman Big Fan says, hi, everyone. Enjoy Raw. Love all of you. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you, buds. Hello, we got, what's this from James Ellsworth? James Ellsworth is absolutely loving the fact that Carmelo wants him to be his opponent. James said, I've just tweeted you the New Day arriving. Let's have a little look, shall we? Tensions are high. Oh, let's turn it down. Is it me? But like, I was watching, we did Unseen yesterday, and you know, when they're inside the cage, that footage, it was like cutting off their faces, and it's doing it here as well. I mean, I can't imagine whoever's filming this has cut off Kofi's head. But unless I go full screen, which is going to make this go too big, I just can't see it. This is like a new problem that has developed. It's a new issue that I've got. If I go full screen, well, actually, if I go full screen, it still cuts it off. That's full screen. So it still cuts it off. So if they really filmed it this way, because I found that during the flipping Survivor Series cage, that it was doing this. I'll just play it.
OT! Alpha! It's good, dude. Oh. Huh? What is the deal? What did they make you for?
Why are they confused? Why are they... Whoa, what's up with them? What do you think's up with them, you boomers?
This is crazy. What's going on? They don't get it.
Well, listen, the end of this video was fine, wasn't it? You can see their heads. So does that mean here someone actually, when they arrived, was doing that? Do you reckon they were filming them and they weren't actually looking at what they were filming? And they've gone like that, just to what? And then when they've looked, they've gone, oh, jeez. And they've had to, like, correct it or something. I don't understand. You got one job. How are you doing your job this badly? How are you doing your job this badly? Well, anyway. Hey, look, on the floor. That's interesting. That's interesting. Normally they're on pillars. I've never seen them actually stick these signs on the floor. It's like directions to, you know, the dressing rooms or Triple H's office or Gorilla or... But they're actually on the floor. I was trying to read what it said. Female talent. And maybe male talent? What's the image? It looks like a gymnast. Female talent looks like it's got a gymnast logo. And the other one must be male talent. But that looks like weights. Is that sexist? Women, gymnast, men, weights. You know, weightlifting, dumbbell. I think it's a barbell, actually. Yeah, you can sort of see it a bit better there. Gymnast and weights. That definitely says female talent. The other one says talents. It must be male. Both of them are that way, though. Both of them are this way. It's not important. I've just never seen him put it on the floor before. It's not important. Just saying, you know. It's just an observation. James, thank you. Right, Hannah said, I hope WWE brings back Super Brawl and they have it as an international place like Japan, where it's got WCW vibes to those shows in the 90s. Yeah, I'm down for them bringing back Super Brawl. What's this?
The following announcement has been paid for by the Alpha Academy.
The Alpha Academy. Everybody wants to join, but they can't.
They can't. They can't.
Until now.
How about you take a swim in the sea? Knowledge.
Sign up
In the sea of knowledge.
and get an all-beef dinner with OTs.
Oh, yeah. And we got a big old 14-pound brisket to smoke all day long. Sirloin. Ribeye. Big old tomahawk. Lamb. Shank.
You'll also get exclusive
I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. Lamb. Shank. Yeah. Why am I going for dinner with Otis? Why can't I go with Maxine?
dance lessons with the Tazawa.
And also, I forgot to mention, unlimited selfies with the one and only Maxine Dupree.
I never agreed to that. What are you waiting for?
You can bet if we run out of beef, we'll do wings instead, baby.
It's the Alpha Academy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there we go. I mean, it's a little bit Maximum Male Models, isn't it? In the sense of it's a comedy group. I mean, they're trying to do something with them. But I feel like, are we just not back at Maximum Male Models now? I know it's not the same gimmick, but it's basically her with two guys doing a comedy thing. So I feel like we're back to Maximum Male Models, which I didn't hate. I didn't hate personally. I thought that there was, and certainly if you saw what they did on YouTube, I actually thought there was some fun there. I thought there was they brought a bit of entertainment, but people just weren't into it. So I don't know. I could see that divide in opinion, but again, I don't mind it. I think it's a bit of fun. So that was Alpha Academy. It said visit us at WWE. Join the Alpha Academy. So, Sweet Chin Wrestling, thank you. That dropped just 29 minutes ago. 29 minutes ago. Join the Alpha Academy has become a junior cadet. Metal Mama's done it by the looks of it. What's this? Join the Alpha Academy and become a junior cadet. Do you have what it takes to be a member? Of course you do. Call fast. So what's this?
The following announcement has been paid for by the...
So they have actually, if you're looking for a big old slab of pure manliness, you've hit the jackpot. Otis isn't just the pretty face of the group. He's like a tree trunk with dance moves that would make the great Jojo Siwa wide-eyed with envy. Should have been a space there. A loyal friend, legs like Schweinschwaxer Hamhocks. I've never heard of this. And a heart of gold. What more can you ask for? This is like some sort of weird 1980s Dateline thing. You know, like those games that girls had where they would call up a date. Board game. Oh my God, Josh, come on over. You know, I'm getting these kind of vibes from it. Barbie vibes. Everything's based on flipping Barbie. Maxine, if Michelangelo ever got to gaze upon Maxine Dupree, he would have covered up the Sistine Chapel like your grandparents covered those beautiful hardwood floors with linoleum in the 1970s. Whoever wrote this, are they all right? Maxine is the heart and soul of the Alpha Academy, as well as a proud graduate of the program. I guess you could call her the early birds because she has truly perfected the worm. Get it? Unfortunately, I do. Akira Tozawa says is versatile, like none other. 1 minute he's pinning an opponent. When did that happen? Is he? I must have missed that week. Has that happened, has it? Fun fact. 1 week he's pinning an opponent, the next is hitting the griddy. He may not be the biggest, but neither was that Australian Olympic breakdancer. We don't talk about her. That's a taboo subject. Follow your dreams, kids. It's what Tozawa would want. Chad Gable. Right, wow, this is interesting, isn't it? Look at this. Name crossed out, loser written on his forehead. He who must not be named is a big, smushed-eared loser. He decided to go start a new group with other losers who have just got as smushed up ears as Chad's. If birds of a feather flock together, then it seems bullies with jacked up ears do as well. He has a bad personality and potentially a dead tooth because his breath is always atrocious. If you want to know more about him, go stick your head in a dumpster and take a big old whiff, because that's exactly what it's like to meet Chump Gargle. 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 Well, I don't know where this has come from. Is there a website, is there? I've not seen all of these things. But there we go. It seems like Metal Mama's a fully signed up member. So we'll add that. We'll chuck that in the old fun folder. I think I've deemed it to be fun, kids. I've deemed it to be fun. There we go. They did. Chad Dirty said, Felix. They did, didn't they? They flipping did. They did him dirty. Oh, JDS said, here is a close-up. Thank you. Let's have a little look at this from JDS. Yeah, that is definitely female talent with what looks to be gymnastics, in my mind. That is definitely a man with some weights. But I don't know that says male. That does say talent. I think it must be male, mustn't it? Interesting. Again, I've never seen it on the floor before, but interesting. Yeah, so looks like people are really loving those videos. They're doing the rounds. I'm getting tagged in them a fair few times here. Very good, very good. What have we got here? Bray liked WWE's tweet about Carrion and Scarlett's return. Yes. They were good friends. I do not disbelieve that. What else have we got? Yeah, it looks like people are just tagging me in this Alpha Academy thing. There's, yeah, good. Lots of, oh, hello, what's this? Oof. PWI Tag Team 100. Have you seen who came out as number one? PWI's top tag team. Jade and Bianca. I mean, all I'll say is when it comes to Charlie, shout out to you. So that's the top 10. God, they must be gutted. Imagine finding out you're not as good a tag team as Jade and Bianca. Imagine finding out Jade Cargill's a better tag team wrestler than you. Oh my God. I mean, clearly better than me, but if I'm FTR, I'm literally pulling my hair. Who the hell are the ABC? Is that like Michael Jackson's tag team? What the hell's this? Is this flipping Dora the Explorer? What the hell? Who's ABC? I don't know any of these boomers. Bishamon must be in New Japan. Fraxium we know. Young Bucks we know. TMDK, the Mighty Don't Kneel. They were obviously in NXT for a time, but I think they are now New Japan. ABC must be like a flipping Sesame Street tag team. The Saito brothers. Don't know them. Bloodline. Tag team? I suppose like we're talking about them having their title run. But I mean, tag team? Tamatonga Tongaloa? Crazy Star. What the hell's that? What the hell's a Crazy Star? And FTR? Poor FTR, man. Honestly, I'd pack it up. If I saw this list, I'd be like, I'm out. Flipping Jade and Bianca are better than us. But as we've said before, it is based on success. So because they've had those tag belts for as long as they've had them, that's it. That's all it comes down to. It's the same with the PW 500. That's why I don't care about it. Because that is not a list of like, these are the best wrestlers. It's really a list of these are the most successful wrestlers of the past year. That's what it comes down to. Mayor Pete, shout out to you, said the PWI is based a lot on how long you've held the belts. Yes, storyline, it's not technical. Yes, you are correct. But you know that, you've been around the block long enough, but to know that there's many wrestling fans that will look at that and take it as that is the official list. Because that's exactly how they treat the PW 500. That's how they treat the women's one as well. I get loads of people tagging me in those lists going, what do you think about this? Such and such better than such and such. It's like, no, it's done by the belts. How long you've had them for, how much success you've had. If you are in WWE and you've had a championship all year, you're going to be near enough the top of that list. Hence why it is Jade and Bianca. And I think was the women's one Rhea Ripley for the exact same reason. I mean, Rhea, you could actually understand her being number one anyway, right? I think she is a fantastic wrestler. She's had some great matches. Maybe on a technical standpoint, there's better women in Stardom, but I don't know. I can't imagine they've got the size or the strength that Rhea possesses. So Rhea could go over there and just smash the living daylights out of them. So you could make an argument for Rhea being number one, but on a list of tag teams, Jade and Bianca ranking higher than FTR. It does look, let's use the word comical. Let's go comical. We've gone with comical. Metal Mama said, I'm so behind tonight. I'm doing my preview for Raw. I just tagged you in something. I just got home. It's a busy day and I had car issues. What did I miss today? You've missed so much. We've had so many long conversations. It's been amazing. We've cried, we've laughed, we've shared stories. We've only got 27 minutes to go until this amazing Raw is about to get underway. So, let's go. So, Metal Mama, sit down. It doesn't matter what we've spoken about. It's about what is going to go down tonight. That's what we're focused on. Right, William said someone needs to make a tribal bong series. Roman Reigns, Tamatonga bong, Jacob's Ware bong, or some better names. We need WWE wrestler bongs, said William. Aubrey said FTR were finished when Dax decided he wasn't going to defend himself and continue taking up for Tony Khan. No one wants to say it, but it's true. Christopher said, Daze, where is the storyline going with Drew? Don't know, to be honest, bud, because he came back and he attacked Sammy. I mean, I don't know if he's coming back to like feud with the Bloodline. A lot of people thinking he was the one that took out Jay backstage. So if he took out Jay and then he took out Sammy, then of course we're looking at something quite interesting. So I'm thinking that it might be that he's going to be sniffing around this new Bloodline. And if he is, surely that means a collision with Roman. And that's going to be very interesting because of course they faced each other before. Clash at the Castle, and he was cheated. I think they faced a few times actually, but not for a while. And so is that the direction it's going, or do we pivot and go in a slightly different direction? Not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see. Star said, Daze, Jey Uso, Eddie Thorpe, the Street Profits, they were attacked. What if there's two madmen on the loose? Well, there is a theory that there could be like a new faction, but who attacked Jade? Whoever attacked Jade, I don't think is going to be the same person that attacked the others, because I can't see a guy attacking Jade, of course. So does that mean that it's not two madmen? It's actually like a faction. It's some sort of group. But that contains a woman in it, you know? I don't know. I think that we could go down that road where all of these are connected, or we could go down a road where they're not connected, but they make sense, like, from an individual story point of view. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see as to how this plays out. Daze, whatever happened to her sibling, Maxine Dupree? It's like she vanished. Whatever happened to her sibling? Oh, what? You mean Max Dupree? Whatever happened to Max Dupree? Yeah, he did just vanish, but I think he went to a better place. So, Christopher said it will be interesting to see the new Fatu might be adding, especially with the injury. He is young. Have you seen him? Yeah, what, Zilla? I'm tired of the Zilla conversation. Zilla, to me, is someone that's doing what he should be doing, which is making a lot of noise. But, you know, at the moment, he's not signed any deal with WWE. We've said before, in regards to... we can have the conversation. It's been maybe a little while since we had the conversation, but Zilla is someone that has... I don't want to paint him in a bad light, but he's struggled in the past, right? In the sense of not showing up to certain shows. He is also... So, you know, we've had occasions where he's not turned up to certain shows. We've had occasions where he was kind of kicked out of reality of wrestling. He had a big falling out with Booker T. Like, there does seem to be an air of, not arrogance, I'm going to use the word entitlement. I feel like rather than focusing on what he should be focusing on, which is where he is now, the feuds that he's engaged with now, like, rather than focusing on that, he's constantly putting stuff out about the Bloodline, even though he's not signed to WWE, right? And what that has done is it has elevated his profile, so it is still working for him. But WWE have not come in and given him a contract. He's not even signed to WWE ID. So it could be that we're just waiting on him to mature a little bit, right? I mean, he has come back to reality of wrestling now, and Booker T has said, I really do want to help him get to WWE. But I think it's really interesting that he said that, because it shouldn't really be that difficult for him to get to WWE if you think about his family and you think about, like, how much influence his family has got, right? But I do think, especially with Zilla, there are some issues there, right? There does seem to be, like, a personality thing, which, and I don't want to say like an entitlement. He's making a lot of noise and he's talking about the blood. I think he came out and made it very clear that he's with Roman. I got tagged in some earlier where there was news doing the rounds that Zilla has declared that his allegiance is with Roman Reigns. And this was news. And I was like, but he's not in WWE. And even if he does get signed by WWE, who's to say that the creative are going to use him in that way? What if he gets signed to WWE and then they decide to not use him in that story? Or if they do use him in that story, they might want to put him on the Solo Sikoa side. It's not his call. He doesn't get to pick and choose, like, which side he goes on. To me, this is just someone outside of the WWE bubble doing something to, you know, generate some headlines. And it's basically a massive nothing story. It doesn't mean anything. He can support Roman, he can support Solo, he can flip and support Vince McMahon. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Any difference whatsoever, right? Until he's signed a contract and he's actually going to be in this story, he can say whatever the flip he wants. He can support Batman, right? He can do whatever he wants, but it doesn't mean anything because he's not even signed. So I find the Zilla conversation a bit frustrating because at the moment he's just on the indie scene and he's not turned up for certain shows and he's showing a little bit of like entitlement, like I should be there, you know, I deserve to be there and all that kind of stuff. I've seen those interviews and I'm like, I don't like them. I don't like that. I don't like that attitude. That's not. I don't feel a warmth towards Zilla Fatu. Like, I have no desire to see him come into WWE at the moment. I don't feel any sort of like, yeah, this would be badass. Like, I don't find him a likable person. Nothing that I've seen about him like makes me be like, yeah, I'm really rooting for you to make it. Actually, the opposite at the moment. So with Zilla, like, I'm not bothered if we don't ever see him come into WWE. That can change. Is that right? I'm just saying, as of right now, you know, sit down, be humble, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, right? Rather than this kind of, I should be there, it's my family, I'm entitled to be there, I deserve to be there, blah, blah, all this kind of stuff. Nah. It could just be a facade. He could just think that that's the right thing to project. He might think that that's the right thing to say. It just makes me look at him and go, I think you're a bit of a douche, to be honest. I don't feel any warmth towards him whatsoever. So I am not on this let's get Zilla into WWE campaign. I'm not on that boat at all. He might be a lovely person, and it could be that this is just something he thinks he needs to project. It might be that he thinks this is like what he needs to say and that this is going to grab attention. And if he's doing it for attention, you got to say it's working. But there is a downside to taking that approach. And it is that people like me are going to read this stuff and we're going to think you're a douche, right? And we're not going to feel any warmth towards you, and I ain't going to be rooting for you, right? So if that's the play, if that's what you're doing because you want to get attention, then it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You're getting your attention, but you're also making yourself look like a douche. So I'm really not rooting for him. In regards to the other, I mean, there's so many. I mean, they've signed Hikuleo, who's not part of the Anoa'i family, is connected with Tama Tonga Tongaloa, but because they're in this bloodline story, he's in this bloodline story. So Hikuleo is coming in, so he'll go to NXT apparently. So if we do need someone to join this story, Hikuleo is right there. And as well as that, Lance Anoa'i, right? He has joined NXT. So pretty soon they'll get working with him as well. So actually, if we do need people for this story, fast forwards 12, 16 months, you're going to have a couple of people in NXT that you can call up and put into that story. So at the moment, we don't need Zilla. I think Zilla will get to WWE eventually. He's got a good size to him. And I'm pretty sure that what he's doing is he's doing it just to, you know, get a bit of attention, right? I'm pretty sure he's not really a douche. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think he is. I don't want to think he is. Every time we have this conversation, there's a lot of people that jump in and go, oh, you don't really know him. He's a great person, really, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not bothered. That doesn't make any difference to me, does it? If I see him doing interviews and he comes across like an idiot, he comes across like an idiot. I don't care if he's like a lovely person in real life. He needs to start showing that then, you know? That's what I would say. So, yeah, the whole Zilla conversation, we've had it a few times before. And I'm sure we'll have it many times again. I have no desire to see him coming in at the moment. But, again, that can change. You know, Booker T has started to speak highly of him again after, you know, not like seeing eye to eye with him. So even Booker T's had issues. So we'll see where he ends up and we'll see where he goes. But yeah, there was a lot of chatter around like Survivor Series when people were trying to predict, you know, could it be Zilla that's the fifth? But obviously it ended up being Bronson Reed and CM Punk. But a lot of people were like, could it be Zilla? And so we went through that as we were heading towards Survivor Series. I don't really feel like there's a need for him or a space for him or anything at the moment, which is good, I think. Let him find his way. Let him, you know, walk the path that he needs to walk first. And if it's meant to be, he'll get there eventually, won't he? He'll get there eventually. Right, Matt Carney, shout out to you, my friends. Let's say WWE can no longer legally use the acronym and they have to change to WFA. Same wrestlers, same product. How different would it feel? Well, I mean, it would take... well, the show would be fine. I don't know that it would feel different because you would tune into the show and it would still say Raw and it would still look the same and it would still be the same wrestlers. I mean, how often do we say WWE? That would be changed to WFA, wouldn't it? Which I don't know what that would stand for. Wrestling Federation Association, like something like that. But I don't think it would change the feel of the show, but it would change, obviously, the branding, and it would certainly change elements. But I don't think WWE is prominent enough in the presentation for it to change the feel. It's not like we see the WWE, and would you even need to change the logo? I don't even know if you'd have to change the logo. You might just stick with the logo because you've still got a W in there, haven't you? So the logo might not even have to change. And when we talk about Raw, we tend to say Raw. When we talk about SmackDown, we tend to say SmackDown. We do say WWE on a fairly regular basis. And of course, it'll take a little bit of getting used to. And we went through that process when we changed from WWF to WWE. There was like a getting used to period. There's still people out there that call it WWF. My uncle, I was chatting to him earlier this year, and he was like, "You watch that WWF, don't you?" And I was like, yeah. I mean, I don't even bother correcting people if they say that. I know what they mean. But there are still people out there that still refer to it as WWF. So, yeah, there'd be a little bit of adjusting, but I don't think it would drastically change the feel. Hannah said if Penta has done the X shenanigans back when Vince was in power, he would have had him revamped to a geometry professor who talks about history of the pentagon shape, so he would be boring. What do you mean if Penta had done the X shenanigans? Do you mean Phoenix? I don't think Penta has actually said anything online, has he? I don't think I've seen Penta actually say anything. Phoenix has come out and said some stuff, but I don't think I've seen Penta say anything, which is interesting. JDS said Zilla just needs to focus on himself, become better in himself. Then the future for him can be bright. He's only young. He's got lots of time to improve. I think you've worded that much better than I did, to be honest. I do not wish him any ill will. Just at the moment, yes, I would like him to focus on himself, make the improvements that are needed, continue to mature as we all do, as we move through life. I just think he's a bit restless. I think he's a bit like, I suppose it's like when you start a YouTube channel, you want to have, 10 million followers like straight away. And you're looking and you're like, you've gained 5 people that day maybe. And like, you started the day on 20, now you're on 25. And then like the next day, it might be like you go to 26 and you're like, oh God, I had a good day yesterday. I had 5, now I've only had 1 person join. And then the next day it might be a 2, and then you might get to a Saturday and it might be 10. And all of a sudden you're up to like, 35, 40 people, but you're still a long, long way. And you're looking at like, when am I ever going to get to that number? Forgot about all that. But when you first start, you do, this channel, everything started at 0, like started from the bottom. Everyone's channel, even Mr. Beast's started at 0. I mean, I don't actually know what his first videos were, how quickly it was for him to kind of rise up, if you will. But, it was probably a bit of that at play for Zilla, where he's kind of looking at the big leagues and his family loving the big leagues. And he's like, I want to be there now. And you can understand that. But just like with YouTube and with most things in life, you have to go through a process to actually, earn the right to be at that point. When he gets there, not for us to decide, of course. Batman Big Fan said, Chimaev has tagged a random boomer on Twitter thinking that it's Sean Strickland. He's been cooking Sean on Twitter for the last 2 days. What a silly Billy. What a silly Billy. Right, 10 minutes to go, kids. Six Horror Kingman said, here's a question to people. Would they say Zilla's name if he wasn't in the Bloodline family? That's my issue. He's green, and if anything, he should go to NXT, then mix in with Solo J. We already have them. That's a good point. Yeah, it's true. I mean, if he wasn't part of that family, people wouldn't talk about him. I mean, it's not that he's got like he doesn't do anything like a special in the ring. It's not like he's this unique talent that like everyone's like, oh my God, have you seen this guy? He hasn't got like this phenomenal size. He's got a good size to him, but he's not like anything out the ordinary. I mean, it is true. There seems to have been this weird thing that's happened in the wrestling world where we've got all these family members that have joined, and so I think wrestling fans now have tried to find who the next one could be, and Zilla has been identified as being that next one that can sign. You know, he's wrestling and he looks good, and he's a fully blown family member, and so he's sort of been identified as the one that people seem to like gravitate towards. And he's done a good job, as we said, of playing into that. But, yeah, if he wasn't part of this family, no one would flip and talk about him. So, I don't know. I just think let him develop, let him learn, let him grow. When the time's right, I'm sure he finds his way. But I just don't see the rush. I really don't see the rush. I'm in no rush whatsoever to bring him in. In fact, as I said, as of right now, I'm fine with him not joining at all. But I understand. I've been there myself. When you're young and you're impatient and you feel like you deserve better, like I get it. It just doesn't make you seem like a great person. That's all. But yeah, that's the Zilla conversation. Angie said, I think Zilla's just young. Not to mention, he'll likely be compared to his dad for a long time. Whether or not Umaga was around long, he's still got boots to fill, and they are big ones, said Angie. Shaq said, what could be the next big story after Bloodline comes to an end? The next big story after Bloodline comes to an end. Well, I mean, you would do some. I mean, you'd always look at the champ, wouldn't you? I mean, if I think back, it's normally the face, whoever's got the championship, that's involved in the big stories. I mean, during John Cena's run, Cena was normally involved in the big stories. Obviously, you had Undertaker as the side attraction, and others like, you know, Punk, Randy, doing bits and bobs. But normally it's around your champion, isn't it? Think about Hulkamania, what we were doing there. Think about Stone Cold, what we was doing during that period. Cena. We've just gone through a period where it's been Roman and the belt has been front and center. So once the Bloodline story is done, then I don't know that we go back to like a long Roman title reign. I would think that we would continue investing in Cody. I feel like they've identified Cody as the guy for this next period. I think Cody's coming up to 40, isn't he? He always said that he would be done when he got to the age of 40. I don't think he's going to be done, but I do think that he is going to... I think that he is going to walk away. I think he said when he's like 45. So he is definitely... not at the beginning of his career. He's got a good probably 5 years. As long as there's no injuries, he's probably got a good 5 years. So for this next period, I think they'll focus on Cody and they'll have some good stories there. Obviously, we can do stuff with Wyatt Sicks. Obviously, I think the women are going to cook, because you look at that wave of women that are in NXT that are going to come up. Actually, what might define the next periods might be a lot of really banging women's feuds and women's matches. We could really get to a serious period for women's wrestling. I feel like we've gone through a period. I feel like on reflection, 2015 to like 2020, that was kind of like the revolution, yeah? That was where we started to take women's wrestling a lot more serious. We got rid of the Divas belt. We started doing a lot of firsts. First Women Royal Rumble. First Women's Hell in a Cell. First Women's Money in the Bank. Like, there was a lot of firsts that we did. And I feel like, on reflection, first WrestleMania main event, of course, right? That was in that time period, 2019. So I feel like as we look back now at that time period, it's a period of revolution. Then, of course, we hit the pandemic. Everything gets suffered and affected by that. I don't think the women have really recovered after the pandemic. I think what's happened since the pandemic is the women are sort of solidified as part of the roster now. You know, they're ever present. They're on every show. They have championship belts that need stories and need to be defended. They are built into the system now. Maybe not as much as people would like, but they are built into the system. And I think that's obviously a really good thing compared to where we were 10 years ago with the whole, like, you know, total divas nonsense. And we were just getting women on to look pretty, you know. But so I feel like we're in a much better place now. But with the wave of women like Julia, Stephanie, Zarya, Roxanne, Cora, Sol Ruka that we can add to the women that we've already got, I can't see how you're not really investing in that talent and really telling some stories. So I think if Bloodline was to go away, I think Cody would be involved in some massive stories around the title. I think the women are going to carry a lot of weight. I think you can have the Wyatt Sicks be your attraction like The Undertaker was. They feel like the closest thing we've got to that at the moment. Even though they've only just got started and there's a lot of frustration. Again, you know, we've only just started. 2024 will be seen as the year they arrived. Not much more than that. Really, we haven't even begun with them yet. So, yeah, there's lots, isn't there? I mean, there's so much to be excited about. Obviously, next year is going to be about Cena's retirement. So it's hard to look too far into the future because you just never know what's going to happen in wrestling. Who's going to join? Who's going to leave? But next year is all about John Cena and his retirement. That's going to dominate 2025. And, of course, Netflix, moving to Netflix at the start of the year. But, yeah, what's so exciting is they've got so much talent. They've got so many options. We are running out of time, kids. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I do love these 2 hours that we do before the shows because it just gives us so much opportunity to dig into some of those stories that are out there and like talk about the things that people have got on their minds. So yeah, lots to talk about, lots to get our teeth into, but we are getting real close now. We got just about a minute or so to go until we get to let's take that until we get to the start of this week's Raw. I need these headphones. Lovely. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. A Cody heel run would be a huge story. It would. You're right. I've said before, I'm a big fan of doing heel turns, but only doing them fleetingly because I think that you should only do them like a few times in your career because they're such a big change. It changes everything. It changes your music. It changes your relationship with the fans. It's not something that I think should be done like on and off, you know. But yeah, it is definitely something which I'm down for Cody doing. I just don't think we need to do it anytime soon. There's a few people saying that we need to do it like, you know, next year. But I disagree with that. I would keep going with babyface Cody. But yeah, you know, 2027 maybe, 2028, maybe somewhere around there. But certainly for this period, I just think he's so over with the fans and the kids. I wouldn't change that in the short term, but longer term, we could definitely look at it. Just think, who would have thought The Rock would be a heel in 2024, said JDS. Yeah, but that was really organic, wasn't it? It was really organic. It was something which I don't think we expected or was planned, but it just went that way and it works so well. I mean, The Rock, you're right. I mean, in this day and age, with him being one of Hollywood's biggest stars, you wouldn't have expected it, but it just works so well. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Diddle-a, diddle-a. Together. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we're in Wichita. Five days away from the return of Saturday night's main event. Let's turn it up a little bit. Looks like they've botched it a little bit because they just showed a graphic and they just said Seth, but we didn't cut to Seth. I don't know what the flip's happening here. They're really struggling, aren't they? We've started the show with a botch. They're talking about Seth and they're talking about Rhea, but we're seeing an image from outside the arena. We were talking actually, because we always start our watch long a few hours before. We was talking about how, like, I'm sure things go wrong. We just never notice. Well, we've certainly noticed here, haven't we? They're having technical difficulties right at the start of this show. Now we've just... I don't even know what Gunther's doing to Dominic there. I have no idea what he's doing to him. Oh my God. That's not PG. That is definitely not PG. Oh my God, and it's continuing as well. It's continuing. Okay, it's cut off now. Let's go. Botches already. Crazy botches. Crazy botches. Crazy botch da 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 da. Crazy botch da 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 da. Crazy botch da 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 da. Crazy botch. Daddy botch da 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 da. Who's Mommy Botch? Mommy Botch is Naya. Who's Daddy Botch? It's not Gunther. Gunther. That's what Dom said Toby. He had his head right in his groin. Hilarious. Gunther, the ring general. Is Gunther's chest bleeding? Is his chest bleeding? No, he's wearing a jumper. He's got a jumper on. I thought the Botchmaster... Oh, you're right. Yes, Chris. Daddy Botch is Botchaloa. Well done. Well done, everyone. Good work. Gunther, the ring general. Right, he's in the ring, and of course, it's going to be him against Finn at Saturday night's main event. So Gunther's in the ring. Finn Balor has made a grave mistake. He's got my attention. Yeah, Finn Balor is on Gunther's radar. Gunther is very upset at the fact that Finn got involved. Finn's coming out. Is this like new music for Finn? It's got Finn's... Well, here's Dom, here's JD, here's Carlito. You could have given me the title match like I deserve. But instead you wanted to mess with me. And you wanted to give it to someone that didn't deserve it. 2 times Christmas Day, I'm going to old people's home. I'm going to dress up as Santa, said Matthew. Saturday night's main event. At Survivor Series, you retained a title because of me. But you're going to lose the title because of me at Saturday night's main event. So, after 8 long years, Finn Balor is going to walk out of Saturday night's main event as a world champion. Let me set one thing straight. This will be a really good match, but I think we're all expecting outside interference, and that's going to be a real letdown. But Daze, what do we think of fantasy booking of Netflix debut? I retweeted it, but I've put it out there for people to read, dude. I looked up to you when you was Universal Champion, says Gunther. But over time, that respect faded away. You chose to start cutting corners. You took shortcuts. You chose to hang out with a bunch of weirdos in the clubhouse. You chose to play second fiddle to Damian Priest. So here we are. I am figuratively and literally looking down on you.
I'd give it to someone who didn't deserve it, like Dirty Dom.
Right. Gunther says he is the best in the world. And this title proves it. So pretty standard affair so far between these two. There's one reason why you won't leave as champion. You are not on my level. And you never will be. You are not on my level and you never will be. Okay, so it looks like Judgment Day are heading to the ring. Gunther is in the ring. Judgment Day looking to get inside. Music hits. Is this going to be Damian? Yeah. Damian Priest making his way out and down to the ring. Comes running down to the ring. Kick to the midsection there of Dirty Dom. Goes into the barricades. Now he throws in a shot to Finn. Finn goes down. Damian with Carlito. He goes into the barricade. Grabs JD. Hurls him into the barricade as well. So basically Judgment Day came down. There was a moment where Finn Balor cooked Dominic. He was saying you gave someone a title shot that didn't deserve it. Referring to Dirty Dom. So that was interesting. They continue to go back and forth, Finn and Gunther. Gunther making it very clear, you're not on my level. Now we've got Damian Priest come down. Now we've got Gunther and Damian going at it. Gunther and Damian are brawling away. Gunther looks so good in that jumper, in that shirt. I think he looks really good. Jumps out the ring. Stripping the commentary table. The announce table. He's going to go for a powerbomb, but Balor comes round with a sling blade. Sling blade by Finn Balor. Why did he sling blade Gunther when Gunther was about to powerbomb Damian? You would have thought that Balor would have just waited for him to have powerbombed Damien first. In a way, he sort of saved Damien, not intentionally. Coup de grace! Off the edge of the ring onto Gunther by Finn Balor. Now we got JD in the ring. He's brawling with Damien. Damien doesn't like anyone. Gunther doesn't like anyone. Finn doesn't like anyone except for JD and Carlito. So we've got lots of brawling going on out there at the moment. Balor planting Damien. Dom and JD kicking away on Damian Priest. Gunther is down on the outside of the ring. Judgment Day, I've got the numbers. They're in control. Balor charges over, drop kick. Damien goes back to the corner. He's in position for a coup de grace. And he's being held down as well. Balor with the coup de grace connects. Eric said, I bet we're going to get a tag team match tonight. Priest and Gunther versus Judgment Day. Richard said, why isn't a triple threat at Saturday night's main event? Well, I'm sure that Damien will make his presence felt. Balor going up. Boom. Connects. Probably should be a triple threat. The only thing is, if I'm Damian Priest, I could come back with the argument, no, I deserve a singles match. I deserve a singles match for that championship. I shouldn't have to compete in a triple threat, you know, where the odds are even more against me. Finn Balor stands there holding up one of the tag titles and the World Heavyweight Championship. Days, how soon do we expect Wyatt Sicks Judgment Day? I have no idea. I don't know the rundown, buds. I don't know if they're main eventing, if they're taking us from hour 1 to hour 2. They might even be starting the show. So, in fact, we're seeing them backstage. There's Carrion, there's Scarlett, there's AOP, there's The Miz, and it's next. It is next. Wyatt Sicks, Final Testament of Miz. Starting the show. Kicking off the show tonight. Wow, that's a hot start, isn't it? That's a hot start. Kicking off the show tonight. Days, I'm listening whilst driving. I think that Bo will be in the main event once the Bloodline story with Roman commences. Bo versus Cody or Bo versus Solo. What are your thoughts, said TJ. Hello, TJ. I think that we would have them be... Well, he's a face, so I don't see him going after Cody. I'm him against Solo. It would be fine. If we want to do Wyatt Sicks against that bloodline, then yeah, that makes sense to me. But yeah, I can't see him going up against Cody. I don't think we'll want to split the fans, to be honest. So of the options, I would go that way. Right, commercial break. Commercial break. Finn Balor standing tall with those 2 championships. I looked up to you, but with time that respect faded. It faded because you started taking shortcuts, because you aligned yourself with the Judgment Day. You chose to hang out with a bunch of weirdos in a clubhouse. It's a great line, isn't it? Days, there's an episode of Frasier where he buys a painting from an artist, which is the real name of Bastion Booger, Mike Shaw. Does this mean that Bastion Booger is part of the Frasier canon? I think you already know the answer to that, Wrestle Andy, and you don't need me to tell you. You already know the answer to that. LS Dub, what's happening? People are sending their sympathies to LS Dub. Hello, thank you for your thoughts. This community is great. LS Dub, what's gone down? Don't tell me, I'll find it. Can't be in the chat tonight. I'm out of town to attend my grandfather's funeral. I wanted to pop in and say hello. I hope everyone is doing well. LS Dub, thoughts are with you, my friends. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's awful news and something that I've been through myself. I'm sure a lot of people have been through losing grandparents. So, mate, there is nothing fun there. So, yeah, thoughts with you, dudes. I remember being really off, you know, when that grief can really affect you in different ways. So, I mean, seriously, I'd say, you know, if you're acting a bit different or feeling a bit different, like, that's totally normal. I remember going for a meal when my granddad passed away, and I remember just not caring what I was going to eat. And, like, the waiter was like, well, you could have this, you could have that. And I was a bit short with him, to be honest. And I'm really not like that. And normally, I'm normally like, you know, nice. But I was a bit like, I'll just have anything. Like, I was a bit short. I just didn't want to deal with it. Now I remember the food coming and he was bothering me, like, how is it? I was like, I didn't like have a go at him or anything, but I could imagine him afterwards being like, oh, he's a bit rude. That guy was a bit off. I just thought you're not in the right headspace, are you? And, like, you just can't, you know, you're thinking about so much stuff at the time and you've got all these emotions that are kicked up and whatever. So if you're going through something like that, you know, it's understandable. We all go through stuff like that. Or at least I hope we do. Maybe I'm just a douche. Maybe I'm just an awful person. Daze. I live right across from a funeral home, and when they have funerals, I always feel terrible, said Christopher. Yeah, I've never really thought about that, actually. Living by a funeral home, I wonder how that would affect you. Because you'd be constantly having people, like, in the street crying, I would imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine that's fun, to be honest. Jesse the Body is special guest announcer for Saturday night's main event, of course. Let's go. News coming through that he's going to do all of them. Okay, we're backstage with a very excited Judgment Day. Oh my God, they are so pleased. Here's Adam Pearce. I spoke to Gunther. Oh. They've made it the triple threat. They've made it the triple threat. Fine, says Finn. It'll make it more satisfying. So the tag titles are going to be on the line, and Judgment Day are going to be banned from ringside. You're going to have to give me a couple of minutes. Look, he's fuming. Finn is flipping livid, mate, at what's just gone down. He is livid. Daze, I'm so happy that DIY winning the belts. They're back. Yeah, I liked it as well. I mean... Days, I have gone through the exact same. I lost 3 grandparents and my uncle in the last 3 years. I can relate totally. It's awful, isn't it? Awful. As I said, thoughts with... I was going to say, I don't think Ellis Stubb's still with us, but I just saw his in the comments, so... Thoughts very much with you, buds. Right, we've got Best Sports Racing Game, but... I don't think it's meant to be on screen this long. It's still on screen. Someone said that in America you maybe aren't having these issues, but we're right now, Carrion is making his way down to the ring, and we still had this flipping sports racing game thing. Here's Carrion, AOP, Miz making their way down. Let's flip in. Go. So, Final Testament making their way down. So, yeah, development, if you are just joining us, it is now a change to Saturday night's main event. It's going to be Gunther, Finn, Damian. Let's go, man. The Six. Yes, there we go. Professional bull rider. The peep. Do you remember we spoke about this before? TKO have signed the professional bull riding flipping organization. We've got one of the greatest bull riders in the world in attendance. Yes, that's my king. That's my tribal chief. I'm acknowledging him. What's his name? Colton Hevelo. I acknowledge you, Colton. I acknowledge you. Let's go. Look, all the stars are out tonight to see the Wyatt Sicks. We've even got the Bull Riders in the house. Right, Fireflies are out. As you would imagine. And we've got the... I'd love to see that done live. I'll do it. I could do that. It's when it, you know, the rest of it comes in. Someone will have to take over. Someone will have to take over that. I don't know the rest of it. I could learn that. I could learn that bit. Right, we've got the chair in the entranceway. We've got a blue light shining through. Here's Howdy looks so good. Even the silhouette of Howdy looks good. Look at the size. Rowan looks bigger as well, doesn't he? Now he's got this flipping giant rabbit mask on. I think the chair's rocking on its own, you know, kids. Chair's just rocking away on its own. What the flip's that about? Yeah. There we go. It's not the dreads. It's not the dreads, but they're kind of like braided. He's making his way down to the ring. Obviously, no sign of Nikki. The lantern is blown out. There is Gacy. There is Dexter. There is Rowan. There is Howdy. Was he talking to the chair? Did Howdy just talk to the chair? Twisted tribute to those that departed. Did he just talk to the chair? A weird side effect of being me, when people say something, it usually connects to a song in my head. That is weird, Trini. Wow. Bray sitting on the chair. Bray in the chair. He kissed the chair. He's talking to Bray. He's talking to Casper, the friendly ghost. Casper, let's go. No, Nikki. No, I think that her presence will be felt, of course. I think she'll show up at some point. But, yeah, that chair was kind of rocking on its own for a moment, wasn't it? The chair was rocking on its own. Then when he actually started taking off his jacket, he was like turned and he started talking to it. I don't feel like we've seen that before. I don't feel like I've seen the chair move before. That feels like a development, doesn't it? that the chair rocked on its own and then he was talking to it. It's for sure Bray in the chair. It was defo rocking with the lantern, said Mr. Say No. I miss hearing that piano. Wyatt Sicks have got an amazing entrance. Word of Wrestling said that's amazing that he was speaking to Bray. Why couldn't they do commercial free for this match? Yeah, James, good point. Mackenzie said Daze John Cena was in the chair. We couldn't see him. Yes! Yes, it was John Cena. He is coming back next year, so it would make sense that he would be there. Y'all are seeing Bray. I thought it was Cena, said Undercover Manager. Well, do you know what? I'm really not seeing, like, obviously I tend to go on my list. I mean, I've got it here, look. So, Sportskeeda are saying they're here. Fade Away said Wyatt Sicks still have one of the most chilling entrances. Boulder with the Fireflies. That's Final Testament arriving. I mean, that's all there is on my list so far. No one on my list. I got 221 people on it. No one on my list is talking about the chair that rocking itself, or that I'll refresh it. The chair rocking itself, or the fact he spoke to it. Said it before, but they could have done a better job with Wyatt Sicks' presentation and all that. Absolutely fantastic. Could have done a better job with the... Oh, couldn't. I was going to say, the presentation's amazing. Of all the stuff to be critical of, I don't think the presentation is one of them. Presentation's amazing. It's just, we don't flipping see him enough. Daisy, it's got to be Bray in the chair. Maybe NXT Carrion puts on a Fiend mask and plays with Howdy, said Christopher. Man in the Woods says hello again, Days. Hello, Man in the Woods. Hope you're well. Casey said, did you see the picture of Bo and his family on Thanksgiving where Bray photo bombed? Might have seen it. I can't recall seeing it. Right, we are back to the action. We've got AOP in the ring, so Carrion and Miz on the outside. It's Joe Gacy that's in the ring. 1, 2, kick out. So CM Punk is going to be in an interview. Yeah, Joe Gacy is down. Razar is in there with him. Razar is big, isn't he? He is big. Shot to the midsection there by Razar. Against the ropes goes Gacy. Clothesline. Good work there by Gacy. Recoil clothesline. So Gacy is down. He's trying to go over to the corner. I don't know how I feel about the Wyatt Sicks being so desperate for the tag. Like, in comes Rowan with a clothesline. Down goes the Miz. And again. Oh, lovely kick there by Rowan. Charging over, collides into the Miz. Goes over the other side, collides into... Is that Razar? Is it Akam? I always struggle to know which is which. But one of the AOP just went to the outside. Big boot there by the Miz. And he's got the Miz, and he chucks him over to the outside. Against the ropes goes Rowan. Oh, lovely baseball slide under the ropes. Takes down Miz, takes down one of the AOP. Oh, man, he's a wrecking ball. He's a wrecking machine. And the crowd are pumped up. Rowan is feeling this. He's really enjoying himself right now. Look at him. Look at the size of him. Picks up the Miz. Oh, slams the Miz down. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. God, we should never have got rid of Rowan. We should always have found a home for him. He's a Hall of Famer. He's gonna go in the Hall of Fame with the Wyatt family. We so badly mistreated him. I'm so glad that he's back. I'm so pleased for him that he's back. Super kick coming in there by Dexter. Roman's looking fantastic since he returned, said Scott. Through the ropes. Suicide dive. Loomis. Oh, comes crashing down. Amazing work. He comes crashing down. Here we've got Uncle Howdy reaching out his hands to Rowan. The tag is made. I haven't seen much of Carrion in this match. Carrion back up on the edge of the ring. Did he just shout for you? Oh, lovely. Great work. Great work. Carrion on the outside of the ring. Howdy looking pretty good. The hair looking pretty good in this. I think I'd still like it to be the dreads. It's more braids. But it looks all right. It looks all right. It looks better than what we've seen previous at times. Howdy goes against the ropes. Scarlett trips him over. Scarlett trips him over. We need Nikki. We need Nikki. Where are you, Nikki? Mess her up. Mess her up. Mess her up, Nikki. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, that's so good. She was right behind her. Scarlett turned around. She was like proper had a fright. Nikki on the outside gives a little wave. Scarlett jumps into the ring. Scarlett trying to get back out the ring, but there's Nikki. Scarlett turns around. Nikki jumps on top. Nikki on top of Scarlett in the ring. We've got Carrion. Howdy. Carrion is about to be Sister Abigail, but Miz from behind. Miz from behind making the save. Howdy with the claw. The claw on the Miz. The claw. Oh, Paul Ellering. Paul Ellerin's back. Paul Ellering. There's a white powder. Oh, Carrion planting Uncle Howdy. And Carrion pins Howdy after Paul Ellering channels his inner Mr. Fuji. Throws something. Some of it's got onto the Miz as well. Don't know what that was. Could be flour. Could be cocaine. But Howdy is blinded. Paul Ellering is back. That's going to upset a few people, but it will ensure that this feud continues. It will ensure that this is moving on. And there we go. Do you know what? They didn't give that as much time as I thought they might. What do we think? What do we think? Let's get match scores in, shall we? Let's get match scores in. They can't talk about the favor. Oh, Carrion's gonna love gloating about that, isn't he? He's gonna flipping love gloating about that. I don't hate Seth, says Punk. A 16-year-old Seth Rollins came to CM Punk and asked him to train him. Wow. He wants to be one of the best in the world. I shielded him is an interesting term, isn't it? Everything he did, I've done better. With my absence from the company, he did a great job of like filling in my absence, but the starter is back. There we go. Very interesting interview there from CM Punk. And is that going to take us to commercial break? That takes us to commercial break. So, yeah, thoughts. Daze, answer me. CM Punk saying he's done better than Seth Rollins. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can make that argument, to be honest, that he has done better than Seth Rollins. I mean, he achieved a lot when he was in WWE. I don't know. I feel like CM Punk dominated. CM Punk was kind of... He was the guy that wanted to be the guy, but there was always another guy in his way. And is that not just the perfect way of explaining Seth Rollins as well? He is the guy that wanted to be the guy, but there was always another guy in the way. You know, for CM Punk, it was John Cena. For Seth, it's been Roman Reigns. So they're actually both like very, very similar. But, yeah, I could understand. I mean, Punk, if Seth was a free agent, would he move the needle as much as we saw CM Punk move the needle? I feel like Punk had that pipe bomb. I feel like the heights that Punk got to are not really heights I've seen Seth get to. Seth has not had those controversial moments, maybe, that CM Punk had, which kind of have made him look a bit more of a outlaw, made him look a bit more of a badass. And I don't think that's the way that people view Seth. So, yeah, it's interesting. Who is the bigger wrestler? Who has had the bigger run? Like, CM Punk saying it's him. I would struggle to argue with that, to be honest. I know it's good for the feud, but the Wyatt Sicks scare factor is basically gone, said Jake. Yeah, I mean, at least they protected it. So they protected it in the sense of, you know, they came back and it was salt or something thrown in Howdy's face. I do understand what you are saying about, like, the scare factor. You know, I think they're really trying to show, though, this is a group that can lose. This is a group of people that can be cheated. And I don't know, it's a bold decision, isn't it? I think there is a desire for a large section of fans that the Wyatt Sicks would be like the Fiend. They would be not untouchable, but like, oh, it's the Wyatt Sicks, man. They're going to mess everyone up. They come in and that's what they do. But the problem you've got with that is that can get stale as well. There are pros and cons to both of these directions. If you have like that Fiend that kicks everyone's ass and never gets beaten, there's problems there. That can get tiresome quite quickly. But then equally, if you have a group like this that are presented so well and then you give them losses, then of course people are like, oh, it's really ruining the aura. So you're sort of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I think you have to find a story, you have to invest in it, believe in it, and just know that when it's played out, people will look back on the whole story as being like, yeah, that was good. It's a little bit like, you remember when Cody lost at WrestleMania 39 and everyone was really down on it? I think in reflection now, everyone would say that was the right thing to do. If you look at WrestleMania 40, I feel like this is probably from the same sort of kind of notebook. You know, at the end of this, let's take a look at it and see if it was the right play, yeah? In isolation, I understand people being a bit down on it, but... yeah. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We've had Calgary Raw win with this. Not enough time to keep them dominant before dropping them, says Nathan. Tom said, I know Wolves have no money, we're broke. Spartan said the Wyatt Sicks should just hire James Ellsworth. He'll destroy the Final Testament. Let's go. Daze, I'm in my new place. Everyone's so friendly. There's pet ducks, chickens. The ducks waddled away from me. Oh, wow. It sounds like you're having a good time, dudes. Sounds like you're having a good time. I'm pleased that you are in and settled and it's all going well so far. Where is my cheeseburger, said WWE Pokemon. I'm afraid you've got me confused with McDonald's customer services. That does happen from time to time. Chris said CM Punk has had way more moments than Seth. Even though I don't mind Seth, I'm a huge Wyatt Sicks fan. At least they didn't lose clean. That would have been even worse. Okay, we are underway then with the rest of the show. We were just looking back at last week. Here is Dakota, right? Big match coming up now. Big match coming up now. Here is Dakota Kai. So Dakota Kai making her way down. As we said, this is going to be a big deal. Because the winner of this is going to progress in this tournament. And there's plenty of people that are hoping that that person is going to be Dakota Kai. I don't mind it being Lyra, personally. I really like Lyra. But there's lots of people that are hoping that it is going to be Dakota. Okay, get your votes in, because we're going to have to change this poll soon. We are going over to our next match. I'm sorry the ducks waddled away from you, said Stuart. Hopefully they can make friends with you at some point. Yes. Okay, so Dakota has made her way down to the ring. Liv? Why is Liv coming out? It was her music and I was really confused because I was like, she's not in this match. Liv Morgan making her way down to the ring. Hailstorm said, elevating the Final Testament and protecting the Wyatt Sicks by making sure the pin wasn't clean and opening the door for a potential manager for the group by reintroducing Paul. Cinema, says Hailstorm. Uncle Howdy took his first pinfall loss on TV after Paul Ellering threw powder in his face. Howdy had to lose at some point, said No DQ. It's interesting. Interesting way of looking at it. What's going on? Am I just completely... What's this? Dakota Kai Liv? Have I just lost my mind? Have I lost my mind? What is going on? Oh, no, she's not in that match. In my mind, she was in that flipping triple threat match. She isn't. It is Zelina, Lyra, Ivy, right? I didn't know we were getting this match. Where's this match come from? This wasn't part of the preview or rumored or anything like this. This has totally blindsided me. Well, it looks like we're just getting a match. We're just getting Liv against Dakota, like just out the blue for lols. Yeah, in my mind, Dakota was in this triple threat, but no. I wonder if the Wyatt Sicks and Final Testament story is not over yet. No, it's not over. Definitely not over. People got people reacting to the results. There's a lot of people not happy. Days in the Raw graphic for Discovery, they've added Trish Stratus. Do we think that's a sign for a return? I'd have to see it, but if it was an old retro clip, then I would say no. They're probably just using like some old imagery from the past. If it's something, it really depends how it's being presented. Yeah, people not really loving this result, you know. Days, numbers favour Final Testament. So will the 6 add a number to balance it out? I don't know. Do you mean because of Paul Ellering? I mean, he's not a wrestler, is he? The actual people that compete are fine. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll find someone to cancel out Paul Ellering. But I don't think we need to add another member to deal with someone like this on the outsides. I mean, in a way, do they just need to be like more aware? I mean, he has caught them off guard because he hasn't been around for ages. This is weird. What the hell's this? Bailey. This went up 4 minutes ago.
Here by Bailey. Bailey, what are you doing here over at the Red Brand?
Well, you know, we have the transfer window coming up here in the WWE.
Is she going to go to Raw?
I decided to come talk to Adam Pearce, see what's going on, and I may as well stick around and watch the Raw Women's Division, you know?
Lots going on in the Raw Women's Division. The Women's Division as a whole in WWE, actually. Not one, but 2 new Women's Championships introduced, including a Women's Intercontinental Championship. As one of the most well-decorated women in WWE history, what do you make of this tournament?
Man, it's so exciting on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I never know if we can really play these clips, which is why I'm a bit like, yeah, get to your point. Because... I don't know. Well, we played it. So, Bailey, I mean, this isn't something that was shown on the show. They've started doing this. I don't know if they filmed these during the commercial break and then put them on social media. But that's obviously very interesting because she has heavily insinuated there that she could be on her way to WWE Raw. So that has just played out, I think, as we've been at commercial. They did this the other day with someone during SmackDown. So not the first time we've seen WWE play this game. But interesting. Right, we're going back. Dakota Kai, Liv Morgan is the match that we're going back to. I don't like that Carrion went dirty. He's so preachy about being fair. It's a letdown, said MXXS. Well, I don't know if that was his game plan or if it was his plan B. I don't know. I mean, he's going to be over the moon that he won. Here comes Pure Fusion Collective making their way down to the ring. So, Pure Fusion Collective, head into the ring. Suplex there by Liv. We've had 49 minutes of the show so far. Erilyn said, I would love to see the guy who managed Abyss be the Wyatt's manager. Could Drew win the Rumble, said Simon. He could win the Rumble. I don't think he wins the Rumble, but he's certainly someone that could. WrestleLandy said, crazy to think we're only 9 years away from Mania 50. Doesn't feel like Mania 31 was that long ago. Clothesline by Dakota. And again, down goes Liv. So Liv down going over to the corner. Dakota going after her. Liv goes hard into the corner. I did like how she sort of jumped into that. Big boot there by Dakota. That looked really good as well. That looked really good. Right now we've got... kick coming into the back of the head, going for a cover, shoulder up there by Liv. Right now, Dakota in the ring, she's looking over at Pure Fusion Collective. They're like, don't mind us. Don't mind us. Oh, lovely kick there by Dakota again. She goes against the ropes. Zoe Stark was there. Dakota on the outside. Big boot. Down goes Shayna. Liv down in the ring. Roll up by Dakota on Liv. Liv gets the shoulder up. Kick coming in. Liv moves out the way. Double knees there by Liv. Right, let's end this poll, shall we? Let's end this poll. King Yeti. Shout out to you, my friends. So supportive the other day. Along with Jordan. Sit down powerbomb. And King Yeti firing in some more gifted memberships. I will put a message up for the members. Probably tomorrow. We're going to try and do a few things with all these new members around. Big boot there by Dakota. Oh, Oblivion connects. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's a win for Liv. It's a win for Liv. Okay, Wyatt's against Final Testament. Oh, they're in the ring. They're battering Dakota. Pure Fusion Collective. All over Dakota Kai. Sonya Deville. Oh, it seems like you lot weren't crazy about that first match. Kairi Sane looking pretty fun here. Nice work there by EO. Drop kick by EO. Kip up there by EO. Kairi. Looks like she's about to go to the club. Kairi goes up. She's up top. Big crossbody. Down go Pure Fusion Collective. Kairi and EO coming down to help Dakota. Oblivion connects by Liv. Liv lays out EO Sky, who of course is going to be her opponent at Saturday night's main event. I'm struggling to see any titles change hands this weekend. I don't think Liv's losing her bout. I don't think Cody's losing his. I don't think Gunther's losing his. Is someone going to lose their title? Here's Drew. Here's Drew. Here's Drew. I succumbed to massive blood loss. I had to go back to Scotland. My family needed me. This sure has been a career year for me. What if people can change? This is great from Drew. He's like, just as I was thinking people might be able to change, I turn on Survivor Series. Who's standing next to Roman? CM Punk, Sami Zayn, Jey Uso, with their stupid fingers in the air. He confirms that he took out Jey. So Drew McIntyre just confirms that he took out Jey Uso. That was a mystery that we needed solving. And it's been solved. Jey wasn't medically cleared to return this week. Okay. Interesting. Hannah said, not related, but do we remember the team, Gemini, the twins that look like Goldberg? So many. If we do, shout out to you. Hannah, shout out to you. We've got Seth backstage. And we've got some sort of commercial. I think, is this just for something to do with WWE Shop? Okay. I need to find this Drew McIntyre thing to put into the folder for Unseen. I need this Drew moment where he confirms that he attacked Jay. Otherwise, I'm going to flip and forget about it, and it's not going to go into Unseen. That is the problem when there's like a reveal, a bombshell. Is I need to then get it into the folders. Who is Pierce talking to? I did not see Pierce talking to anybody there. Was he in the background, was he? What is wrong with Seth? He was, well, I mean, he's gone back to wearing his flamboyant clothes, hasn't he? I am making my famous Italian sausage soup. A. Jobson, shout out to you. Sammy needs to apologise to Seth, says Stuart. Kelly said, I'm so upset about Wyatt against Final Testament. It should have been a brawl. I bet we will get something good on Saturday night's main event. Spartan said, Wyatt Sicks need a manager. They should go for someone like R-Truth to help them get a win. Kim Shanes, shout out to you. Dominic said Tiffany was talking to Adam Pearce. Tiffany was talking to Adam Pearce. I missed that. Here we go. Now it's coming through. Don't know why it always takes so long for people to get these messages out. At least CM Punk took a bribe. They all sold out for nothing. That's when I knew I was going to take out Sammy. That's when I knew I was going to take out Jay. Wrestle Talk tweeting that 10 seconds ago. Good. Way back when this group was rumoured, I hoped that Bray Wyatt would be the higher power, the sixth member. To actually see that in practice is so cool. Well, hang on, kids. We don't know that Bray is the sixth member. So let's not get too carried away with that, shall we? I'll add... No. Wrong folder. Days, on Unseen, the chair is now rocking. Remember, if people didn't see what we all saw. Yeah, I've got it, but I've got it. I've got him talking to the chair, and I've got the chair rocking on its own. If Tiffany moves to NXT, would she cash in on Roxanne and win the NXT Women's Championship? She could cash in on that, but it would be pretty flipping awful if she did, to be honest. No one got carried away with Alexa being the sixth member. No. Lords. And I know that you was really hoping for that as well. The Wyatt's loss allows this story to continue to become darker on Netflix, said James. William said, if my chair is rocking, don't come knocking. Right, we are going back to the action then. I want to see... I need to try and find a image of... I need to find an image of Adam Pearce talking to... There it is. Oh my God. Just as I'm saying these things, I'm finding them. So this is when Seth was walking. This is why you've got to be so dialed in. He was talking in the background to Tiffany, apparently. Wade stole my lunch money sign. Yes. Popper, I made it. Roll Tide. Justice for Big E. Dirty Dom believes in the Tooth Fairy. OTC. I'm here for my birthday. Right, we're seeing last week. Right, Wyatt Sicks can't win every match, said Prince Moolah. Right. The New Day 10-year celebration, says Wrestling Fan. It keeps on rocking, but they can't sit in. Wyatt Sicks can't win every match, said Prince Moolah. They've changed the suspect in the shooting case, said A. Jobson. I don't even understand what that means, but don't even understand what that means. We're just having a look back at last week's New Day segment. Daze, I think NXT is going to be interesting tomorrow. Yeah, well, no, very much so. Coming out of Deadline, completely agree. Melt Mama said, I'm fine with them not winning. Carrion looks scared, running around the entire match anyway. Yeah, I've got no problems with them. I've got no problems with them not winning. I can understand those that are a bit upset about it, but I don't mind, honestly. You chose yourself over us. They did say we would be hearing from the New Day on this show. Why don't you get the hell out of this ring and get back behind your desk? Liam said, this segment makes me laugh from the New Day. They turned heel because of E. In kayfabe, how would they have explained the double turn if E hadn't have come out? Well, I think they wouldn't have turned, to be honest, because at the start they were saying, look, this isn't your fault, but we've decided. And I think they had decided that they were going to break up. So I think the decision to turn was when E came out, and I think they've probably both been feeling quite angry towards him. Like, you know, maybe some things have been said that haven't been on camera. Here's Adam Pearce. Here's Cody. I've known you both for a very long time. You should both be ashamed. Xavier with a smile on his face. Well, there we go. Cody tells the New Day that they should be ashamed. I believe this thing is a ploy to motivate E to get better and get back. Poppy Croc said, I actually think New Day is hilarious. It is tough to take them seriously because they're so nice. Here's Seth. WWE commentators need to shut up about the Wyatt's entrance. It doesn't bring anything to the aura. It doesn't bring anything to the aura, really. The entrance doesn't bring anything to the aura. I think it does. I think them losing takes away from the aura. I can understand that argument. Them losing takes a bit away from them, but I don't know. The entrance, I think, is pretty big, pretty grand. Here's Seth making his way down to the ring. Then let's go, burn it down, burn it down. Okay, Seth in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. Certainly feels like Cody and Gunther are going to be switching places, doesn't it? We saw Gunther talking to Nick Aldis. Now we've got Cody talking to Adam Pearce. Crowd are woeing away for Seth. Sean said, Wyatt's move to the New Day. Better storyline. That match was just quick and easy to get it over with. Okay, so Seth in the ring. We've already seen CM Punk tonight, but it was a backstage segment. Casket said, my prediction is heel New Day will eventually take the tag titles off of War Raiders. Then we get the Wyatts going after New Day. It would be cool to see the titles on Gacy and Loomis, said Casket Comics. Okay, Seth in the ring. When the days are done in the ring, CM Punk has got a career as a politician. CM Punk has been spinning and playing the victim his entire life. It does this, the jacket that he's wearing, he looks like, you know, if you work on Sesame Street and used to take like the main body part of the puppet off and you've just got the arms left. That's exactly how Seth looks tonight. Seth said he looked up to CM Punk. He idolized CM Punk. When CM Punk walked out, I called him. I texted him because I was a friend. What did I get back? Nothing. I got ghosted. But it was everyone. Everyone got ghosted. Interesting. For the next 10 years. For the next 10 years, all Punk tried to do was tear this place down. He took any pot shot he could. He came back here because he failed at everything else. This is a really good, captivating promo. Like, I don't feel like you can miss anything here. Can't take the dude seriously when he's dressed like a Barbie. Okay, we got a loud CM Punk chant breaking out. Loud CM Punk chant breaking out. Seth Rollins shaking his head. I used to chant his name too. I used to respect him too. But somewhere along the way, Everything CM Punk did in this ring, I did it twice. I did something he never did. And that was main event WrestleMania. Here comes Sammy. Here comes Sammy. I actually thought there were some really good moments, really good lines in there. Here's Sammy making his way down to the ring. He's got his Yeet shirt on. So yeah, match results were in the chat just for Liv against Dakota. I kind of forgot to end that poll. Sammy was Claymore by Drew. Joking aside, the promo is really good, said Brony. Got a Sammy champ breaking out. Sammy champ breaking out. Sammy has got his supporters. If you're out here. If you're out here to defend CM Punk again, we're going to be fighting again. I ain't got time for it. You was angry. You said some things. I was angry. I said some things. We've all said some things. But it was wrong of me to assume that you just... Yeah, he's wrong, actually, isn't he? He's been proven wrong, Sammy. For that, I am sorry. For that, I am sorry. And he should be, actually. Dropped the ball on that one, didn't you, mate? Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We've been friends for 20 years. But when Jay went down, I was the first person that came to your minds. You was out of your mind last week, says Sammy. I love seeing Sammy in this spot, though. It's great seeing him like Seth, Punk, and right there is Sami Zayn. He was a million miles away from this like 4 years ago. You sounded less like Seth and more like Drew last week. I am not Drew McIntyre. You're better than him. This thing with you and CM Punk, it brings out the worst in you. There's a lot of wrestlers around the world going, it does that to a lot of us, actually. Colt Cabana sat there going, preach. It brought out the worst in me as well. However you want to deal with this, it's your business. You deal with it however you want. Seth's like, thank you. That's all I want. Well, there we go. Good. We're all friends. We're back on the same page. Hug it out is the chant now. Hug it out. Hug it out. We're good. Seems like you've got some business with Drew that you need to handle. Funny how Seth Rollins accuses Punk of taking a small bit of truth and using it to make himself look like a victim, but does the same thing with his own bit of truth, says Kent. Okay, so Seth has walked away. Now we've got Sammy in the ring. I'm going to end this. Adam Pearce. Saturday night's main event? Or next week? Saturday night's main event! There's your missing match. There we go. Drew. And Sammy has been added to Saturday night's main event. I'm so glad I didn't do my predictions video. I was going to do that yesterday. I didn't get a chance. Title match has now changed. We've got another match added. Let's go. We'll probably get that up on Wednesday or something. Nice. I had a chat with Camille. She's got in trouble and had to be nicer because I got under her skin. William, hello. Theodore said, oh, Drew attacked Sammy. Drew attacked Sammy. Blindsided him. Well, that means he's definitely received the message. That means he definitely has received the message. He knows that he's going to be facing Sammy at Saturday night's main event now. Sammy is down, holding on to his face. Drew just absolutely clobbered him. And there we go. I think we might be done with that. I've enjoyed being part of the community, said Jessica. Well, that's good. If there's anything that's going to change that, it will be William. Mayor Pete said, R.I.P. Sammy, R.I.P. William said, I was only offering advice on training. And she was like, I effing know how to train myself, you know. But you said that to Camille. And she gave you that sass. She gave you that kind of sassitude. Mate, I don't know who that woman thinks she's messing with. I've got a lot of time for Camille, but we've got quite the community, yeah? If she steps out of line again with you, we'll send Jessica, we'll send Sunny, we'll send Kelly, the wise lady, we'll get all the fake girls in our community. We'll send all of them to deal with Camille. So we've got you back. I want you to know we're on your side, boo. William, if you watch him, we're on your side. James said Camille is great. Oh, look at him, he's turned. I said we were on your side, but James has turned. But we expect that from James. So he's just playing to character, so it's absolutely fine. I wouldn't expect anything else from James. Dr. Luchalala said, that's such an AEW thing to do, reject training advice. That is pretty funny, actually. I've got to give you some credit for that. Maggie, shout out to you. David said, I will give them credit for the promos tonight, which will make sense with storylines. Matt said, Daze, I'm not a fan of CM Punk because he put down the wrestling fans for many years after he left. It's very interesting, actually, that they are doing this feuds where that is a message that they're sending out. You know, you've got Seth Rollins coming out saying CM Punk trashed this place. And I know that Seth's not really a heel at the moment. But I don't know, do we want to turn the fans against CM Punk? Like, that's not really the kind of thing I think we want to remind the fans of. Obviously, Punk can come out and go, listen, I was angry. The way that I had been treated, the kind of the way that my career had seemingly ended the last time I was here, I was angry. And I think still rightfully so. But with time, you know, you find forgiveness, and I came to realize that this is where, you know, not only my past was, but it's where my present would be and my future would be. Like, he can spin it. He can spin it. But it's a weird thing to remind the fans of, that, you know, there's going to be fans watching that maybe don't know the full story because they've only just got into wrestling, of course. So they don't know, like, all the backstory and everything. But, yeah, I was finding it a very engaging promo. I was definitely, like, listening to it and, like, thinking about it as he was coming out with some of these lines. I mean, they're very good at the moment at delivering captivating promos. They are very, very good at doing that. Okay, we're going back to the action. We're just seeing what went down at NXT Deadline. Daze, we always watch Man United. Did you watch the Man United game? They lost to a difficult team. No, I don't get time, but I didn't get time. I saw the result. I'm not trying to hide from the fact that we got lost the flipping game, but I didn't get time to watch it. Okay. Time to go over to this triple threat. This is definitely going to be one. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is one that I think is going to really mean something to people in our community. Zelina versus Lyra versus... And I'm sure this time, I'm definitely sure this time that we have got this match happening now. Zelina, Lyra, Ivy. We did the poll earlier as to who is going to win. I'm sure you lot said you thought it was Lyra, but only just. Only just. Woo! Woo! Ivy didn't even get like a proper entrance. She had to have her entrance during commercial break. And did a thing, did a hand thing. From Dublin, Ireland. She's like, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Lyra making her way down to the ring. Do that thing as well. Do you remember when you did that the one week? That was fun. Lyra gets in the ring, jumps up on the corner. She's trying to get the crowd fired up. Woo! Oh, they're really trying to make the woo thing a thing. Woo! Woo! Do that. She hasn't done it, has she? Do it, you boomer. I hate her now. She's made me look a right fool. She normally does this, doesn't she? She ain't done it this time. Ah, God. I just look like out of touch boomer. Roll up there by Lyra. We are underway. She didn't do the thing. She didn't do the thing. She's down. There's a kick to the face by Zelina. Lyra goes against the ropes. Nice kick there by Zelina. Zelina gets dragged to the outside. Amin said, do we think Motor City Machine Guns will get the belts back? I mean, I don't think if they do, they'll get them back anytime soon. But I'm sure there's a chance they will become champions again. Right now, Ivy standing on the head of Lyra, and we go to commercial break. Right, William said, I'm just a nut job. If I annoy you, feel free to ignore me. It's what my mom did to me to straighten up after abusing me. Did nothing, says William. Well, that's a lot more there than I thought there was going to be. Days, no, half-time. We're well past it, but 25 minutes past it. We answered that about Motor City. We need a triple DQ in this match so that all three are eliminated. David! What? David, what's going on? Why do you want all of them eliminated? Can't you find any love for any of them? Oh, David. Heartbroken. You want them all gone. Days, on Saturday, I'm going to head to West Brom, Liam. Saturday night's main event. Can't go to football. You got to be here with us. What are you on about? Train Bedlam because of the storm. Saturday just gone. Got you. That's fine, Liam. That's fine. Yeah, you was allowed to go Saturday just gone. Oh, hang on. NXT deadline. I'm sorry. Do you think we just do these streams for no reason whatsoever? Bit disrespectful, don't you think? Just saying. I hope you had a good time. Days, do we think the best roster WWE have? Do we think this is? I'm still thinking 2002 because of like the invasion of WCW and ECW. Golden era, mate. Golden era. Is there anyone around right now that is as amazing as King Kong Bundy? I don't think so. Is there anyone around right now that is as big as Earthquake? No. Is there anyone around right now as ravishing as Rick Rude? I don't believe there is. Has anyone got a snake? I'm looking. I can't see any. Is there any little bulldogs running around? Eh? Does the tag division have men wearing bondage gear? Is there a wonder of the world knocking around right now? Because I can't flip in Seymour. Golden era, mate. It's where my heart is. I'll give this current roster like a D for a good effort. Good try. Good attempt. Yeah, you're doing all right. But unless you've got people coming to the ring doing this, yeah? I don't want to know. I ain't even interested. Against the ropes goes Lyra. Boom! Through the ropes. Lyra in control. Any roster that had Kurt Angle beats the current roster, said James. Manuel said, if Zelina loses, I'm going to throw a butch-sized fit. Okay, here we go. Lyra grabbing Ivy. She's got Ivy up. Boom, suplex. Going for the cover. 2. Ivy gets her shoulder up. Lyra grabbing a hold of Ivy. She's looking to try and get her up on her shoulders. She's got her up. No. Right now she's looking for an armbar. Right now she's got the arm. She goes up, over the top. Roll up. Ivy down. Lyra going for the pin. No joy. Oh, Ivy flips over, lands on Lyra. They're kind of rolling around. They're getting a little... I was trying to figure out what the flip they were trying to do. But what they were trying to do was to get into position for Zelina. Yeah, that just looked a little bit too contrived. These two were rolling around on the floor and it looked a bit awkward. And then you realise, oh, right, got you. They're doing it because they need to get to the corner so that Zelina can jump. Okay, Zelina back into this match. She goes under the bottom rope. And Ivy is down on the outside. Do you know what I really like about this match? Is there are people in our community watching this that are really, really passionate about how this is going to play out. Zelina is in the corner. Double knees. Down goes Lyra. Zelina going for the cover too. Ivy makes the save. Ivy makes the save. Ivy makes the save. Big boot there by Zelina. Ivy, crossbody, gets caught there by... Or Zelina with a crossbody. Up into a DDT. Into a DDT. Cover, and Lyra makes the save. Nathan said, I've got a serious question. Do we think Triple H knows how to book spooky things? I've got my doubts after tonight. If you're supernatural, you shouldn't lose. I think they've made it very clear this isn't a supernatural group. I think they're trying to present them as being human, beatable. They've kind of, if anything, gone out of their way to show that they're not a supernatural group. Interesting that the chair was rocking on its own tonight, though. I do agree with that. Not seen that before. Ivy looking for the pin on Lyra. Right now she has got Lyra. Lyra back up on her feet. Lyra getting round the back of Ivy. Ivy getting round the back of Lyra. Oh, slamming Lyra down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Over the top goes Zelina. Ivy goes down. 1, 2. Kick coming in there by Lyra. Lyra grabbing Ivy. This might be the beginning of the end. Boom! Down she goes. Lyra with the cover. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Lyra. Lyra wins. Even though she didn't do the face thing. It is Lyra Valkyria that they've gone with. Certain hearts in the community will have just broken. But I think Lyra was probably just about favourite to progress in this. The one I care most about is Natalya. Alba, Kyrie, Natalya. I feel like Lyra's probably going to get past Natty if Natty does progress. There is the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Big, big win for Lyra. Big, big win for Lyra. Natty the boat. Natty's not winning, says Rhea Blummin Ripley. There is Rhea backstage. I always think these look like old woman tights, but they're just like resistance bands. Terror Twins. Anything goes. Rhea against Raquel coming up next. Maggie said, I was arguing with my dad once and he threw his fake leg at me. He launched it like a missile. It barely missed my head. Sorry to hear that your dad had a fake leg. Right, we are at commercial break. Get your votes in as to what you thought about that last match. What did you think about that last match? Trini said they should put Zelina and Andrade back together and immediately give him the US title because they're not using her as a single star very well. They should put Zelina and Andrade back together. Yeah, I really like them. I really like them as a partnership. The only problem is that she is someone that I think really does have a lot of ambition, a lot of desire to go on and become like, you know, a proper women's world champion. Like, I don't think she's just satisfied with like being involved. I think she wants to win things. And I just don't know. I mean, like, they're not really pulling the trigger on her. I feel like they gave her that Queen of the Ring as a bit of a token gesture, you know? I feel like they gave her that as a way of not keeping her quiet, but giving her something, you know? But I don't think really their ambition is to, like, really use her, like, at the top of the card. Not when you've got Raquel, Rhea, and you've got Zarya coming through, Julia, Stephanie coming through, Bianca, Jade, Becky on her way back, Charlotte around, Bayley. Do you know what I mean? Like, how does Zelina get into that conversation? She can keep knocking. She can keep trying. But I don't know that she will. I don't know that she will. So, you know, it's one of those where if you are a fan of Zelina, I think it's right that you show the support, and it's right that you know, keep trying to push and support in her. But if she does kind of not get that support, if she does fall short, I wouldn't let it affect you too much. I wouldn't let it like ruin your evening. I should imagine there's people really disappointed, really upset, right? She's got a lot of very passionate support online. She's got a very strong stand-up. And obviously those fans are not going to be happy right now, but I just don't think you can afford to get too upset, because I think if you look at how the landscape lies, she is very much an underdog. So, like, if she's going to get to a world title, I think it's going to really be like a flipping Kofi Mania moment, you know? It's going to be one of those moments where, you know, like Daniel Bryan, she wasn't meant to get there, but somehow it's happened, you know? I just think she's always in that bridesmaid position. So I did like her with Andrade. I thought they were really good together. But I think she's got like bigger ambitions than that. Mayor Pete said, cry harder, ZV Army. She's a mid-carder and the emphasis is on mid. Oof. Harsh. TJF 1983, shout out to you, bud. I hope you are well. And Ethan said, Zelina's just not good enough. Oof. Well, I like her. I think she had that iconic moment where she came out and she had the Puerto Rican flag entrance. Like, that moment is iconic. She won Queen of the Ring. She was amazing as a manager. She's had some fun moments being part of like the LWO. Like, definitely, I mean, she's been around a while as well, all things considered, you know? So, you know, she's got lots to be proud of, but I just don't know that she's going to be someone that's going to be, like, at the top of the card very much. So, yeah, back to the action anyway. Ratchet said, anyone that thought tonight was going to be the Wyatt Sicks win and then it's done lacks some imagination. This is what we want. An effing war, destruction, peril, heroes, villains. This is far from over. We're backstage with the New Day. New Day sucks is the chance. It's quite clear this is not going to be an unbiased interview. I don't care if you're John Cena's little friend. Give me the damn camera. So here we go. Xavier has got the camera. They're making their way to the ring. Why did that dude look like he had a fake moustache on? Did you see that dude? They just walked past. He had this really black moustache. This is Xavier's got Stu's camera. I don't care if you're John Cena's little friend. Here's Kofi then making his way out. Crowd are booing away. Coming down and yeah, it's really good actually the way that Xavier's got the camera. New Day sucks is the chant from the crowds. What did we do, said Xavier. What do you think you did, you boomer? What do you think you did? Yeah, this is pretty fun, actually. This is pretty fun. New Day in the ring. Loud New Day sucks chants. Nah. They're not having it. You mean to tell me? Yeah, loud boos for Kofi. This story's so weird. What did they expect? all of this because of what happened on one day. Louder. They're booing loud. They're giving them time to boo, and it's getting louder. It's really building up. Oh, loud boos again. It's getting louder. We came out. And again, booing away. We want Biggie. We want Biggie. We want Big E chants. Let's go. This is great. New Day Sucks. This is exactly the reaction they were hoping for. They were dreaming for. WWE, that is. Loud. Loud. Really loud. We could have took a steel chair to ease back. Yeah, really loud. Really loud. We could have took a sledgehammer. So the fact they didn't do worse than what they did, they're claiming that this makes them out to not be that bad. We're not, guys, we're not that bad. Big E, Big E. We got a Big E chant. Yeah, loud Big E chant. It's so really good. This WWE are going to be thrilled with this reaction. They can't talk. They're getting booed out the building right now. Booed out the building. Yeah, they walk off. They chuck the microphones down and they walk away. Sign in the crowd said justice for Big E. Wade Barrett said, it's funny how quickly your supposed fan base will turn. Big Bronson Reed said there's so many people on Raw that need a good slap in the face. Yeah, wow, what amazing. Brilliant. Brilliant. I thought that was so much fun. Column said, I'm going to a double Raw show next week. I have been out the loop for a few months. What should I expect? I don't know. What should you expect, to be honest? I mean, we're really building towards Raw going to Netflix. Next week will be the fallout of Saturday night's main event. I would imagine there'll be probably some Christmas-themed stuff coming up. Normally we do like a Miracle on 34th Street fight. Obviously, we are continuing with this women's tournament for the Intercontinental Championship. They're going to keep teasing, people switching brands. To be honest, we're going to be in a really weird period as we kind of see out 2024, you know? It's all building to that first Raw on Netflix. That will be a bonkers show to be at. If people have managed to get tickets to that, that is going to be a bonkers show. So yeah, I'd say a lot of Saturday night's main event fallout. Here comes Rhea Ripley. Okay, Lyra, Zelina, Ivy. Let's get the scores for this, shall we? Amin said, could we see Goldberg versus Gunther someday? Yes. 2025, yeah. Mayor Pete said, I might fly from San Francisco to LA for that first Raw, as well as that NXT. Yeah, they announced, didn't they, at Deadline that it's going to be in LA. Deadline. Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Rhea Ripley is going to be in action against Raquel Rodriguez. This is a feud that we saw quite a bit down in NXT. So much fun. Can't wait for it. Kathy Kelly said they wouldn't have booed so hard if you'd just answered my question. I mean, that's not true. Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Nathan said, this is my point. The Wyatt Sicks are faces. They are the good guys. Carrion is muddying the water to gain sympathy. I don't like the booking. I love Bray. I don't understand the booking. It's just a bit confusing to me, says Nathan. I completely agree with you, by the way, Nathan. I think, in this story, it is the Sicks that are the good guys. And Carrion is definitely trying to muddy the water to build sympathy. I think the booking here is that, not everything is going to go their way, basically. They are taking a lot of L's, to be honest. They are taking a lot of L's because they took that big L when they got The Miz and they thought he had changed and they let him go and then he betrayed them and, they were made to look stupid. Then it actually builds to a match and they take another flipping L. You could say they got a dub when they attacked Scarlett, right? That's a dub for the Wyatt Sicks and they sent a message, So you could say there's a little dub there, but it's a pretty small dub compared to the size of the L's that they've been taking, I mean, the thing is, ultimately, I expect them to get the ultimate dub, the final dub, When it comes to, World War II, we know who won, we know who lost. Really, the battles along the way, they mattered at the time. They don't matter so much in retrospect because it ultimately just led to the final decision. And, the final result, of course, America, France, UK, Russia. We know, who won World War II. So I feel like that's kind of where we are when it comes to this. We're losing battles along the way. Ultimately, I expect the Wyatt Sicks to get the overall victory. And really, that's the only thing that's going to matter at the end of the day. But, just sitting here right now, I can totally understand people sitting here, being a bit... This isn't how I wanted them to be used. This isn't how I wanted them to be presented. I do understand that. And I would imagine that Karrion Kross is going to be flipping beyond annoying. Gloating away. As he should. He absolutely should go online and say something like, do you see it now? Do you believe me now? Everything I've told you is coming true. I told you we would beat them and I did. And he's going to use all this to his advantage. He's going to use the cards that he's dealt to his advantage. And he absolutely should do that. But it's just going to be really flipping annoying to see, right? It's just going to be annoying to see him go online and gloat away about it. I'm hoping that Rhea and Raquel can live up to their matches they had in NXT. Metal Mama said, ring around the Rosie looked like he was playing an old man with his diaper powder. I ain't falling for it. Old man and his diaper powder? Let's go. The Wyatts losing isn't a burial, said Fiendish Howdy. It helps the story get darker. Also, with Final Testament having 6, this could be that we now get a 6th member for the Wyatt Sicks coming in soon. I've watched a Bo interview. He said there will be ups and downs. Yes. I really dislike Raw only being 2 hours, said Shy's Garage. Well, that will change, my friend. Obviously, we know when we go over to Netflix, it goes back to being 3. So it's just a temporary thing. Kim Shane said, this Raw has been boring tonight. There's too many promos and not enough wrestling. 3 matches and 10-minute promos. I am starting to lose interest in Raw. Okay, we're going back to the action. We do actually only have... we don't have long to go, do we? Actually, 11 minutes. I think the structure of Raw is a lot better in the sense of they're now kind of a bit more in line with SmackDown. Like, now we only try to get, 4 matches in. So we've had Wyatt against Final Testament, Liv, Dakota, Lyra, Zelina, Ivy, and now it's Rhea against Raquel. So I feel like they have decided on a structure which is 2 matches each hour and then some time for promos. Boom, over into the barricade. Just as Raquel was making her way out, we are pushed for time. So this thing has just brawled into the... oh, look at this. We're brawling away in the crowds. Hot starts. Boom. Into the barricades. Good work here so far by these two women. Straight out the gates. Straight out the gates. Over the barricades to the ringside area goes Raquel. Trash can thrown at Raquel. She goes down. Rhea jumps over the barricades. It is anything goes. Anything goes. Bell has sounded. Clothesline. Oh my God, that felt brutal. It looked brutal. Kendo stick. Boom! Zelina Vega has tweeted one simple word. Zelina Vega, sorry. And sometimes that's the hardest word. Okay, oh man, this is going to be so much fun. They've come out the gates like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Lovely drop kick there by Rhea, and Raquel goes down. Why have you dyed your beard this colour grey? It's because I found that when my beard was just jet black, people thought that... I mean, when it's just jet black, I look my age. I look 21. And I think people are just under the impression this 21-year-old doesn't know anything about wrestling. It's probably only been watching a year. So by dyeing it grey, it just makes me seem older. And it does make me seem like I know a little bit more like I'm talking about. So really, it's just for my brand. Look at this. Lovely work there by Raquel. Fall away slam. And Rhea is chucked over the commentary table. Spartan said, imagine the Wyatt Sicks lose again. And they have a hat trick of... I wonder at what point people are going to really start freaking about... I wonder at what point they're going to really start like freaking out. At the moment, it's bubbling away. You know, people are like, oh, I'm not really pleased about this. I'm a bit frustrated, blah, blah, blah. There'll come a point where people will snap. Imagine if they have, like, the Wyatts lose the next 5 matches. I would be very, very interested to see the comments then. Very interested. Wyatt's not being the main event is criminal, said Nightbird Beastman. They also shouldn't lose without interference or DQ. Well, there was interference. Paul Ellering interfered. He threw cocaine in flipping Uncle Howdy's face. I mean, what's he meant to do? Where was this, Raquel, said Johnny. Well, she's been ill, hasn't she? She's had it awful. She's had an awful skin issue this year. Raven said, I'm snapping now. Let's go, shall we? Shall we snap now? I might be down for a riot, actually, you know. I've been mulling it over. But I could be convinced into rioting. Let's go. Rob said the hardest word is actually Worcestershire. Is it the hardest? It is for Americans. They say Worcestershire. They love saying Shire. Everything's a Shire. It's not Shire. We've had this conversation. It's not Worcestershire. It's Worcestershire. Shire. It probably should be Shire. But over time, we've just got lazy with it. And so it is now Worcestershire. Gloucestershire. Shire. Shire makes it sound like flipping Lord of the Rings. Where is this outrage when the greatest superstar of all time gets pinned by Solo Sikoa, the OTC, said Brony. Well, we knew that would lead to Survivor Series where the OTC would get his revenge. On this one, I'm pretty certain Howdy will get his revenge, but it's kind of fun to plant the idea that he might not now. I like being a troublemaker. I can't help it. I like being a troublemaker. from my expectations were high after the massacre. When I saw all those security and Chad, I was like, are we going to get this week in? Every week I understand you need people to stand up to them, said Nathan. I'm hoping this leads to some very dark stuff from the Six. I'm still behind them, but tonight hurts. Okay, on their feet, charging over. Knee there by Raquel. How long? 4 minutes! We've only got 4 minutes! The flip! We've only got 4 minutes! Who's on Raw? The Wyatt Sicks going to be on Raw Talk. Who's on Raw Talk tonight? There could be some big stuff on Raw Talk. We want tables is the chant. Oh, she went face first and she clipped the edge of that chair. You could hear it. Ah, chair shot there by Rhea. Rhea covering Raquel. 2, kick out. Scaring and threatening talent that there may or may not be consequences if they obligate to the bookings the week of the shows is worse than actively pulling them. Just pull them. Stop the manipulation and scare tactics. Talent relations over there needs a long overdue overhaul. I think it's talking, that's Joey Janela talking about AEW, is it? Oh, Liv's in. Liv came down. Liv's in the ring. So we've had loads of weapons. It's just been a real car crash of a match. Not in a bad way, in a fun way. They haven't had long to work and they've just boom gone crazy. Boom. Rhea slammed on some chairs. 2. Rhea gets her shoulder up. Rhea gets her shoulder up. Right now we've got these chairs being kicked out the ring. Right now, Rhea is going up and no. Tihana bomb was what she was going for. She didn't get it. Headbutt there by Rhea. Riptide. Liv jumps in. Liv jumps in. She's on the back of Rhea. I think Rhea's got blood on her arm. Rhea gets Liv down. She grabs a hold of Liv. Ah, super kick there by Rhea. Super kick by Rhea. She goes through the rope. Oblivion connects. Oblivion connects. Who's coming down? EO. EO has come down. Boom. EO comes down, flips over. EO going against the ropes, through the ropes. Oh my God, that was a great crossbody. That was a great crossbody. Raquel went for the cover, shoulder up by Rhea. Really good, really fun. She's getting a table, dragging it over. EO's great in these little cameos. Looking forward to seeing her in action, actually, in a singles match. Right now, she's got her up. No, Rhea survives. Ah! Raquel goes into a chair. Here's Rhea looking for the riptides. She's going to get it. Boom! Through the table. That'll do it. 2, 3. And it's done. Rhea Ripley wins. Rhea Ripley wins. Rhea Ripley gets the victory. She's frustrated. Holding on. I think she's really frustrated she hasn't been able to get her hands on Liv. But she's pleased that she got the win over Raquel. But Raw is going to end with Rhea and EO both holding that women's championship. EO and Rhea both holding that championship as it comes to a close. Really good, really fun match. Get your thoughts in. What you thought about that main event. What did you think? It was a really fun match. and a very powerful closing image. They didn't say what was going to be on Raw Talk, though. That's annoying, because I have no idea if we're going to get any Wyatt Sicks or not. I'd imagine after that match, we probably will. I would imagine that they will have a message, but I'm not sure that they will. Could that be a Mania match, said Arborus? Could be. That was like a 5-minute match, said Theodore. Chelsea deserves a singles title, said Aaron. Raquel and Liv both burn. Are they still piping in the crowd noises? There might be the odd bit of sweetening that goes on, yes. Might be the odd little bit of sweetening. Days, that New Day segment reminded me of the Raw after Mania when Roman beat Undertaker. Whole show was, beep, apart from Sammy, Drew segment, 4 out of 10, and I'm being generous, said Christopher. Days, a kiss-off match would get a huge pop, said William. Monday Night Raw show goes off air, said Blue. It has gone off air, yes. Good night all. See you guys tomorrow. NXT, said William. Yeah, NXT tomorrow should be good. Should be good. I thought this was pretty good. I mean, I know there's people that weren't into it, but it was great seeing the Wyatt Sicks again. A few talking points coming out of that segment. Maybe not what people were hoping for, but yeah, I don't know. It's just good. We got to see him on TV. I mean, you got to take the dubs. Granted, they got an L, but seeing him on TV was a dub. I thought the action tonight was pretty good. Although you lot didn't seem to be that into it. I thought Liv Dakota was not a bad match at all, actually. Liv Dakota might have been... Well, I think Rhea Raquel's match of the night. Liv Dakota would be second. Wyatt's Final Testament had its moments. Lyra, Zelina, Ivy, I think is probably the worst match, but quite excited for Lyra progressing. I don't know. I think there's a fair few talking points here, and I do always appreciate that. Right, we do have Raw Talk. Hopefully we're going to find out who's going to be on the show. Always a great show when those Wyatt jobbers get exposed, said the Beach Kevin. Maggie said, that's why I don't get my hopes up. I don't get disappointed. Main event was good. Most of the show was, boop, said Straight Adventure, giving it a 5. Capata with a 7. Greg gives it an 8. Let Him In thinks it's about a 7. Mark thinks it sucked this week. Gives it a 0. I think I'm a little bit out of line with the community. I thought this was fine. I looked for talking points. I felt like I had them. I'm in the 6s. I'm not in the 7s, but I don't class this as a bad show. I really like that main event. Eric thinks it's an 8. Well, listen, I'm going to put the feedback request up now so that you can make your feelings known. The poll should be going up any second on the other channel. I'm going to actually ask for feedback now. What did you think about WWE Raw? Seems like this is one that is very much divided opinion. Some people saying 7 and 8s. Some people saying that it was much, much worse than that. Right. The New Day segment and the main event are the only high points for me, said Theodore. If the show had no talking points, then it would have been bad, said James. 7, said Ninja. I wanted the Wyatts to win, said Grant, and to move on to the New Day, but I guess now New doesn't know their heels yet. Oh, New Day don't know their heels yet, so I'm giving it a 7. Excellence of Execution said some sick fans are crying. I think there is a bit of disappointment in the Wyatt Sicks community, yes. I think there is a bit of disappointment there. Okay, right. I just want to see who's on Raw Talk. Dun, 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 dun. We know that it's a triple threat now for Saturday night's main event. That was a big announcement. Daze, is the opinions post going up? It's up now, but it's up now. It's done. He's made this a triple threat match. He's took the champion's advantage away from Gunther. I mean, that is true. He has done that. Yeah, I mean, Sam Roberts is correct. So we've made it to a triple threat. It's not really Gunther's fault. Gunther is now at a disadvantage. At least the match can't be a DQ match because of the priest interference, said Spartan. A. Jobson said the crowd popped when Io and Rhea started at each other and they held up the titles. Yeah, the crowd were really pretty good. I mean, they made a lot of noise during that New Day segment. I think even people that really didn't like this show would agree that New Day segment was really fun. So, yeah, I think there was plenty there, but I can understand that this didn't live up to people's expectations. And I can understand the Wyatt Sicks fans being disappointed. I wish they would tell us if the Wyatt Sicks were going to be on this show or not. I wish they would just get to who the guests are going to be tonight. I've got to think that they're going to interview Final Testament or they're going to interview Wyatt Sicks. I'll be shocked if they don't. War Raiders against Finn Balor and JD McDonough. Did they announce that during the show? I know they announced there would be a tag title match. I don't know if they ever actually said it would be against the War Raiders. But War Raiders against Finn Balor and JD, that's been announced for next week's Monday Night Raw. Titles on the line. I mean, shout out to you. Casket Comics said, I don't get it. Wyatts have got to lose sometime. It just elevates the feud even more. Carrion needed a good push anyway. A loss isn't going to hurt the Wyatts. Okay, what's this? Here we go. We've got the Wyatt Sicks Final Testament segment. So I think we're going to look at this now. Yeah, we're going back to the action. It's good, actually. Now that we've seen it, we can kind of just have a little look at it again. Gacy going against the ropes, through the ropes, crashing into AOP. Dexter Loomis going up. Loomis crashing down on AOP. Carrion sort of stayed out the way quite a bit, I thought. Obviously, there was that moment there as well where Scarlett got involved. This was great, where Nikki popped up. This was great. There was Nikki popping up behind Scarlett. That was really fun. And then a bit of like a Thez press by Nikki. So, are we about to get a interview or something after this? That's what we're waiting for. This is Ellering returning. There was the claw being applied. Boom. A lot of people actually thought Paul Ellering was done with WWE. The final prayer. Oh, we're not going to have to sit here and watch gloating Carrion, are we? Great 51 for that last match, by the way. Great 51. Here we go. Carrion. Final Testament. Miz celebrating, the rest of them not bothered. Paul. You're back, baby. Look at Paul. Paul's like, who's this? I'll be on my way. You're not going anywhere? TikTok, TikTok. TikTok. Miz can't get out of this group. So Miz wanted to escape. He wanted to leave. And Carrion was like, the whole world just saw what happened. Could we hear from the Six? I heard a rumor that we're going to get some sponsorship for Just Men beard colorants. If that's true, would you do a segment? Do they do grey? That's the colour I dye my beards. Megan said, this is a tough family to get in with. But it's a more difficult family to get out of. Well, there we go. I mean, I'm not sure if we get the Wyatt Sicks. I'm going to have to keep my eyes peeled, but I think for now we can dip out because they've covered the Wyatt Sicks and Final Testament stuff, so that might be it for tonight. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support. I will see you again tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods and NXT.